LoveLore Library. Chapter 870. Yunxing and Ling had already been strolling around for quite a while. After they bought the tickets, the sky had already darkened. On Vermilion Bird Street, most of the shops had already closed their stalls. Only at the end of Vermilion Bird Street, in front of a dojo that had 7 unique buildings, was the place that was brightly lit. Since Madame Chi Bai didn't make an appointment with them for an hour, Yunxing and Donghuang Ling decided to go back after watching the auction. Not long after Yunxing and Donghuang Ling got close to Big Dipper Dojo, the sound of beast hooves could be heard from the other side of Vermilion Bird Street. On Vermilion Bird Street, which could accommodate 3 horse carriages, a silver beast carriage galloped over. The carriage stopped in front of Tinya Building, and a person slowly got down from the carriage. That person was wearing a very loose red robe, and his face was also completely covered. Although his appearance couldn't be seen, a pair of extremely fox-like eyes could be seen. The men who passed by that person couldn't help but turn their heads and take a few more glances. That person waved his hand, and the coachman who was driving the carriage jumped down and carried a bag from the carriage. The bag was bulging, and it seemed like something was stuffed inside. The red-robed person carried the bag and went to a room on the 2nd floor of Tinya Building. The rooms of Tinya Building were very hidden, and every room had a magic formation set up. Whatever the people in the rooms were talking about, the people outside wouldn't be able to hear. On the 2nd floor of Tinya Building, Madame Chi Bai was tasting fragrant tea. After hearing 3 long knocks and 1 short knocks on the door, she stood up and opened the door. "You finally came." Seeing the red-robed person and the bag, Madame Chi Bai pouted her lips. It seemed like the reason why she left the residence today was to meet this red-robed person. "I'll hand her over to you. You should know how to deal with her." After the red-robed person finished speaking, he pulled off the hat that was covering his face, revealing a soul-stirring face. "Don't worry, I naturally know how to deal with her." Behind Madame Chi Bai, 2 strong maids lifted the bag and hurriedly went downstairs, disappearing into the night. Hu Linglong tidied her messy hair and drank a few mouthfuls of tea. Her eyes were probing Madame Chi Bai's body. "Silly girl, what are you looking at? Counting the time, we haven't seen each other for almost 10 years, right?" Madame Chi Bai complained and rolled her eyes at Hu Linglong. "I see that your face is glowing, and your heart is rippling. TSK, it seems that Duguxiu is indeed fierce." The women of the 8 desolate tribe were very open-minded, and they did not avoid the relationship between men and women. This was especially true for the boss serpent and the celestial fox people. These kinds of races had a special cultivation method of harvesting yin to nourish yang. When encountering a warrior with powerful magic power or tyrannical fighting aura, the cultivation side could nourish their appearance and not age, becoming more and more beautiful. One of them was the concubine daughter of the boss serpent tribe's chief, while the other was the beloved daughter of the fox tribe's grand elder. They were both outstanding beauties in their tribes, and had been baptized together at the beast god altar when they were young, so they had a very good relationship. However, ever since Madame Chi Bai was sent to the Boundless Land, the 2 of them could only communicate through letters. A while ago, Hu Linglong suddenly contacted Madame Chi Bai and said that she wanted to make a trip to the Later Qin. "Silly girl, you still have the face to talk about me. How have you been? I heard that you have taken a fancy to Green from the 9 Wan tribe." Chi Bai had also heard about Hu Linglong from her elder brother. From Madame Chi Bai's point of view, Hu Linglong was young and beautiful. Moreover, she knew the tricks of women very well. It was reasonable for her to hook up with Green. Don't talk about this anymore. I get angry when I talk about it. That brat Green doesn't understand romance at all. A few days ago, I stripped naked and climbed onto his bed. Guess what that brat did? He actually threw me into the pond along with the blanket. When Hu Linglong said this, her pair of foxy eyes were filled with anger and annoyance. Haste makes waste. Men always need to be coaxed and deceived. Don't chase after him too tightly, or else it will backfire. Was that person really in the sack just now? Chi Bai advised Hu Linglong. She thought of the sack that did not move at all, and there was still some curiosity on her face. Isn't it just that trash? This time, I will make her disappear completely, Hu Linglong said fiercely. She is the saintess of the celestial fox people. Aren't you afraid that the clan leader will investigate by doing this? Chi Bai shook her head because of Hu Linglong's madness. As long as she doesn't die, she will not give up the position of saintess. I will not have the chance to succeed as the new saintess. What is she better than me in? She doesn't know magic, except that her father is the clan leader of the celestial fox people. The most hateful thing is that the group of old fellows in the tribe still want her to marry Green. Hu Linglong's face became ugly and distorted because of jealousy. Although Hu Linglong said this, she still did not dare to make a move in the Eight Wastelands mainland. Therefore, she went around and got Green to the boundless mainland. Then, she let Chi Bai deal with her quietly. Are you sure you can get rid of her without a trace? Hu Linglong knew that Chi Bai had some power in the later Qin, but she could not help but have some doubts. Although that trash was useless, she was the saintess of the celestial fox people. Her position in the celestial fox people was above the celestial fox people's chief. If this matter was exposed, she and her father would be finished. Don't worry, I have already gotten her to a place. If I remember correctly, the saintess of the Fox clan is very beautiful. I believe that the people there will be very fond of her when they see her. In a few days, she will become a man's plaything. The saintess will be defiled, and she will be humiliated by a human man. Even if she is found, she will be executed, Madame Chi Bai chuckled. That's good. I knew it was right to leave this matter to you. Hu Linglong laughed like a flower. The two of them chatted about some of the matters that happened in the tribe recently. In a certain alley in Fengdu, a man who looked like a manager was reprimanding angrily. What are you guys doing? How could you let such a good person run away? A man who looked like a martial artist said in a low voice, Second manager, we also did not expect that woman to run away when it was dark. However, we have already sent magical beasts to chase after her. We will definitely find her tomorrow morning. Rice Bucket, the reason the dojo raised you guys is to eat and not do anything. The auction will start in half an hour. If there is no one, how am I going to explain it? I invited Master Qing to personally come. He just wanted to take an 108th concubine, the manager said angrily. At this time, a man ran over and whispered in the ear of the steward. Oh. Is there really such a thing? Where is she? Bring her over for me to see. After hearing the man's words, the manager's anxious expression disappeared and he impatiently urged the man. It was truly someone giving him a pillow when he wanted to sleep. This treasure came at the right time. Madame Chi Bai's two maids carried the gunny sack and stealthily delivered it to the steward. Chapter 871. After seeing the two maids, the manager's expression relaxed a bit. He nodded his head at the two maids. Obviously, he was very familiar with the two maids and had done similar things many times. These two maids were the subordinates of Madame Chi Bai. Speaking of which, he and Madame Chi Bai could be considered as old acquaintances. Previously, there were a few disobedient maids and concubines in the Crown Prince's mansion, and they were all secretly dealt with through him. Later, Qin's imperial family and Big Dipper martial dojo had always had a good relationship. Many princes had trained in Big Dipper martial dojo before. Therefore, even if Big Dipper martial dojo did some shady business in the dark, the imperial family would close their eyes and let it pass. However, this manager didn't expect that Madame Chi Bai had the ability to get her hands on such a high-quality product. Is the woman inside really the celestial fox people's woman like what you two said? The manager asked the two maids. Lord, don't worry. You will know after taking a look. After finishing speaking, the two maids opened the bag. Inside the bag was a woman wearing a white magician's robe. The woman's face was covered by her long hair, and her body was curled up. She had a tall figure and didn't look old. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her chest was moving up and down, and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was graceful and alluring. Before the martial artist saw her face, he could already feel his blood boiling. He impatiently brushed away the long hair on the woman's face. With just a glance, the martial artist's eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. This woman is actually, as expected, she is an outstanding beauty. Here are 2,000 gold coins, please bring it back to Madame Chi Bai. Next time, if there is such a good product, you must remember to leave it for us. The martial artist had already begun to imagine how much profit this woman would bring to him. From the other side of the alley, two men ran over. They carried the unconscious woman into a building. After seeing that the woman was taken away, the two maids left with the gold coins. At the front of the alley, Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger walked over. They didn't know that just a moment ago, behind the alley, a dirty transaction happened. Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger walked into the Big Dipper martial dojo. After asking around, they found out that tonight's auction would be held in the Tianshu building. Due to the auction, there were many people coming and going in the Big Dipper martial arts hall. People dressed as martial artists could be seen patrolling everywhere. Although she didn't have any magic power, Yunsheng could still keenly sense that there were martial artists with extraordinary strength hiding in every corner. It was obviously impossible for them to cause trouble at the Big Dipper auction. When he arrived outside the Tianshu building, there was a commotion behind him. He saw a luxuriously dressed man with gold and silver ornaments walking over under the escort of 5 to 6 cultivators. Those who recognized the man retreated to the side. It could be seen that this man had some status. Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger took out their tickets and walked into the auction site. Having previously participated in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's auction, Yunsheng was already very familiar with the rules of the auction. She knew that the better the goods, the more likely they would be auctioned off at the end. The majority of the people weren't interested in the first auction item. The Tianshu building was the largest and most luxurious enclosed martial arts hall in the Big Dipper martial arts hall. It could accommodate up to 1,000 people to participate in the auction at the same time. On the roof, a magic array was used to simulate the shape of the Big Dipper. Gentle starlight shone down from above, making it seem as if one was under the starry sky. When Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger entered, there were already 500 to 600 people seated in the martial arts hall. The martial artist who was escorted in earlier was seated in the front row of the VIP seats. The person who held the auction was a burly martial artist. He was wearing a gold-colored martial artist attire with the Big Dipper embroidered on the front. When almost everyone had arrived, the gold-colored martial artist opened his mouth and announced the start of the auction. He sank his chi into his dantian and his voice was loud like a bell. The entire auction site could hear him clearly. Respected guests, welcome to the Big Dipper auction. Tonight's first auction item is a bottle of high-grade vicious chi pills. It can instantly restore one's battle chi by more than 50%. Just like what Yunsheng expected, in the early stages of the auction, the items that were being auctioned were all ordinary items. For example, the vicious chi pills that were only worth 1,000 gold coins or less only attracted a few bids. From Yunsheng's point of view, the auctioneer of the Big Dipper martial arts hall was clearly much worse than Zhou Qingchuan's previous auctioneer. Yunsheng also didn't see any weapon-type items being auctioned. She and Dong Huangling were somewhat dispirited. Right at this moment, perhaps because the gold-colored martial artist felt that the atmosphere in the auction site was a bit gloomy, he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone, the next auction item is an extremely attractive item. Especially the male guests here, I guarantee that you will all be able to feast your eyes on it. While speaking, the gold-colored martial artist's eyes shone. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you being long-winded for? The man who was wearing a luxurious attire sitting in the front row of the auction site became impatient. Hee, Master Qing, don't be anxious. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with this item. This item, she is a person, an unparalleled beauty. Her starting bid is 10,000 gold coins. Yunxing and Dong Huangling took a look at each other. They saw astonishment in each other's eyes. This is too much. Didn't the continent already ban the sale of slaves a long time ago? Dong Huangling clenched her fist and waved it around. The so-called slaves were lowly people who had lost their freedom and were sold like livestock or demonic beasts. In the boundless continent, especially in the few big countries, this kind of immoral sale of slaves had long been banned. However, in later Qin, a country with a valiant culture, compared to the other countries in the continent, due to the huge gap between the rich and the poor, and the obstruction from the big clans and big nobles, some of the old systems were still not changed. Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall was also very powerful. Therefore, some rich merchants and nobles liked to openly bid in places like the auction site to buy young and beautiful slaves. What Yunxing and Dong Huangling didn't know was that the sale of slaves was also one of the main features of Big Dipper Martial Arts Hall to attract customers. However, the price of ordinary slaves was at most 100 to 1,000 gold coins. Even if there were occasionally top-grade goods, the price wouldn't exceed 2,000 gold coins. Tonight, the price of a slave was actually 10,000 gold coins. The price was so high that it caused people to be speechless. Sure enough, as soon as that martial artist finished speaking, the martial arts dojo seemed to have exploded. However, everyone wasn't cheering. Instead, they were jeering. What the hell? A slave is actually worth 10,000 gold coins. Isn't that right? Your daddy, can go to the fragrance courtyard and buy tens of women, and I don't even need 1,000 gold coins. Could it be that that woman was sculpted using the Empire's purple gold coins? Although this warrior was cursing, he still succeeded in whetting everyone's appetite. Don't be impatient. This woman isn't an ordinary person. She is a descendant of the famous Bakra orcs, a fox girl from the celestial fox tribe. After finishing speaking, that warrior clapped his hands. Sorry, everyone isn't very satisfied with the storyline recently. Big Fuzzy, please make some adjustments. It's already the end of the year, and my brain is a bit muddled. Allow me to calm down. Chapter 872. The Celestial Fox People. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but stretch out their necks and look at the center of the martial arts hall. The name of the 8 desolate tribe was too famous, especially the Celestial Fox People. It was said that every woman in this tribe was a top-grade beauty. Not only were they enchanting, it was said that they also had a special soul-sucking technique that could hook a man's heart and soul, causing him to be intoxicated. The women of the Celestial Fox People could be said to be the dream lover of every man. If C could obtain a woman of the Celestial Fox People as a love slave, it would be a very honorable thing. With a crashing sound, the center of the martial arts arena caved in and a beast cage rose up. It was a beast cage carved out of crystal. The cage was inlaid with all kinds of jade and agate. Under the effect of the starlight, it emitted a resplendent light. Inside the cage, there was a woman lying on the ground. The woman was unconscious. She was only draped in a Kunlun cloud veil. Under the veil, she was actually naked. The woman's skin was like a baby's, suffused with the color of a rose. That layer of gauze added a bit of flavor. The woman's curves were faintly discernible, and her beautiful body appeared even more alluring. That woman seemed to have a mysterious magic power, causing the male warriors present to feel their mouths and tongues dry up when they saw her. When the male warrior saw that everyone's interest had been aroused, he became even more complacent. He took a bucket of ice water and poured it into the cage. The bone-chilling water woke up the woman in the cage and also wet the cloud veil on the woman's body. The woman was like a startled chick, shivering. She raised her head, and her face was exposed in front of everyone. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall quieted down. The men's gazes became hot and greedy. In the eyes of the women, there was only jealousy and resentment. The woman who had been unconscious for several days was woken up by the bucket of ice-cold water. She was confused at first. What happened? She remembered that she had been ridiculed by someone, and then secretly hid to cry. Then, she smelled a pungent smell, and then she fell into a coma. She fluttered her eyelashes and used her white fingers to block out the dazzling light. The woman felt a cooling sensation on her body. He looked at himself and realized that he was practically naked. Then, he noticed that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at him with ill intentions. Ah, like a startled oriole, the woman let out a delicate cry. That voice was like a feather that tickled the hearts of countless male guests present. She was shocked and embarrassed. She moaned and curled up as if she wanted to bury herself underground. Yunsheng and Dong Huanglinger were dumbfounded. This was especially true for Dong Huanglinger. Under the bamboo hat, her mouth was wide open, and her mouth was wide enough to stuff an egg into. She pointed at the woman in the beast cage. Yun Sheng, I know what you want to say. Yunsheng's eyes were also filled with shock. In terms of shock, no one was more shocked than her. Because the moment the celestial fox people in the cage raised her head, Yunsheng saw her other self. They had the same black eyes and black hair. They had the same jade-like skin. Even their body size and weight were exactly the same. Apart from her aura and demeanor, the celestial fox people in the jeweled cage looked exactly the same as Yunsheng. If they didn't speak, most people wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Something flashed through Yunsheng's mind in an instant. When she was in the Dutian blood beast world, the woman called Hu Linglong and the people of the celestial fox people all recognized her as the saintess at first sight. Back then, Yunsheng didn't think too much about it. She just used this identity to rescue the people from the mainland's elite mage camp who were kidnapped. In this world, it would be difficult to find a third person who looked so similar to the two of them. Now that she thought about it, this woman who looked like her twin was very likely the saintess of the celestial fox people. It was just that this saintess was a little too strange. Yunsheng followed everyone's gaze and sized up the celestial fox people. She was beautiful, but she didn't seem to have any fighting energy or magic. As the saintess of the Bakra orcs, she was too weak. Also, her expression was timid and shy. It was a world of difference from the arrogant and despotic Hu Linglong. More importantly, why would the saintess of the celestial fox people end up in a place like the Big Dipper auction house, where all kinds of people were mixed together? Most of the men in the auction house stared at the woman with a fanatical look, as if they couldn't wait to eat her alive. Everyone, you've all seen this woman. Her beauty is unparalleled. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about her running away, because she doesn't have any fighting energy. The words of the auctioneer completely dispelled the worries of the male guests. One must know that although these martial artists were attracted by the woman's beauty, they still had lingering fears in their hearts. They were worried that this woman would be able to use the charming techniques of the celestial fox people, or that they would attract the revenge of the celestial fox people because they bought this woman. With that, they no longer had any misgivings. Having a woman from the celestial fox people as a concubine, just this point alone was enough to give them a lot of face. 11,000 gold coins. 12,000 gold coins. The voices of bids rose one after another. In an instant, the price of 10,000 gold coins was raised to 15,000 gold coins. In the gem cage, when the woman heard the voices of bids, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move in the slightest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. She seemed to have realized where she was. But why did she suddenly come here? Yunxing, are you sure that she isn't related to you by blood? Dong Huanglinger asked in a low voice. Dong Huanglinger was already rejoicing that they came in while wearing bamboo hats. Thus, the people beside them didn't notice that Yunxing was acting strangely. I'm very sure. Back then, father only had one daughter, and that was me. Yunxing had directly transmigrated into the body of the baby Yunxing. No matter if it was when Hu Jiuxing was pregnant or when Yun Sanghai was killing enemies, there was no sign of the existence of another twin sister. Then, what should we do? She's so pitiful. When Dong Huanglinger heard the voices of the men beside her, she couldn't help but feel helpless for that weak and lonely woman. One could imagine just how miserable a beast-race woman who only had a beautiful appearance and nothing else would end up in the hands of these people. Her beauty would bring her endless danger. Yunsheng was also staring at the woman in the gem cage. 25,000 gold coins. Just when the voices of the bidders were getting louder and louder. Seated in the front row was the man in luxurious clothes that Yunsheng and the others had met before. He stood up and made a bid. 25,000 gold coins. Compared to the starting bid, it was already 15,000 gold coins higher. Chapter 873. This price was more than 10 times higher than the 2,000 gold coins that the Big Dipper auction house paid for this woman. The auctioneer's face was already filled with smiles. 25,000 gold coins to buy a woman, this was already a relatively high price. One must know that in later Qin, a country that was lacking in resources, a rank 6 official only had a salary of 200 gold coins a year. After the man in luxurious clothes called out the price, the voices of the people who were originally bidding suddenly disappeared. Hee, little beauty, when we return tonight, I will definitely take good care of you. The man in luxurious clothes stared at the woman in the gemstone cage with a lustful smile on his face. The woman in the gemstone cage felt a wave of disgust in her stomach. Just by looking at this man, she felt disgusted. Her mind was filled with what her father had once said about how cruel and heartless humans were towards the beasts. If he really wanted to do anything to her, she would rather die. Isn't that Qing Meng? Why is he also here? I heard that the concubine that he just took in died a few days ago. I reckon that he came to the auction house to buy a female slave because he was greedy for something new. She died again. This is the 5th one this year, right? How can she not die? I heard that this Qing Meng has a heavy taste. Good women were all tormented to death by him. How pitiful. That delicate little beauty fell into the hands of this person. I'm afraid that she won't be able to live much longer. Those who were familiar with the origin of the finely dressed man began to discuss animatedly. Although many people sympathized with the woman in the celestial fox people, with the sky-high price of 25,000 gold coins and Qing Meng's identity and background, who would dare to fight with him over her? Yunqing and Dong Huanglinger could hear the sounds of discussion coming from the side. Congratulations, Master Qing, with the price of 25,000 gold coins. When the gold-gilded martial artist saw that the master had made a bid, he was overjoyed. He also understood that no one would continue to bid. After all, this master's identity was extraordinary. In Fengdu, there weren't many people who dared to fight with him over a woman. 50,000 gold coins. The clear female voice was like a block of ice crashing into everything, reverberating throughout the entire martial arts building. The Celestial Fox people, the auctioneer, Qing Meng, and everyone in the martial arts dojo, whose eyes were filled with tears, had already made up their minds. They would rather die than fall into the hands of that wretched man. 50,000 gold coins, that was double the price. Someone actually offered 50,000 gold coins for a female slave. Moreover, the voice of the bidder was clearly a woman. The bamboo hat blocks all probing eyes. Yunxing calmly repeats her words. 50,000 gold coins. I want this person. The Celestial Fox people in the gem cage stared at Yunxing as if she had seen her savior. Although the Celestial Fox people couldn't see the woman's face clearly, subconsciously, she felt that this person could help her. Mother *Ker, where did this crazy woman come from? You dare to fight with me, Qing Meng. Could it be that you don't know who my younger sister is? She is the concubine of the Crown Prince's residence, concubine Qing. Qing Meng originally thought that he would definitely be able to hug the beauty tonight. 50,000 gold coins for a woman, this price was a bit too high. It turned out that he was Qing Chang's older brother, which made him Du Guxiu's brother-in-law. Yunxing finally understood why Qing Meng was so unbridled and fearless. Not only was Qing Meng Du Guxiu's brother-in-law, he was also the nephew of the current later Qing Empress, Empress Qing. However, compared to Qing Chang, Qing Meng was obviously inferior to his younger sister in terms of both appearance and intelligence. So what? Could it be that the older brother of the Crown Prince's concubine can break the rules of the Big Dipper auction? In the auction, everyone is equal and the highest bidder wins. This kind of mutual consent is something that even a 3-year-old child knows about, Yunxing ridiculed. That's right. Or is it that he's only a concubine's older brother, yet he's so rude and unreasonable? If he really becomes the imperial uncle in the future, won't he not need to follow the rules at all? Ling He also took the opportunity to add oil to the fire. The two women were both sharp-tongued. When it came to quarreling, there really weren't many people who were their opponents. Master Qing, the auction isn't over yet, the gold-plated cultivator also stepped forward to persuade him. Although Qing Meng's status wasn't low, the two women were right. The rules of the Big Dipper auction weren't something that just anyone could break. Not to mention that Qing Meng was only a concubine's brother-in-law, even if Du Guxiu personally came, it would still be the same. It's only 50,000 gold coins. Do you think I can't get out of here? 10. Qing Meng's anger was also aroused. Just as he was about to call out a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, a man who looked like a strategist beside him couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. Master, don't delay the proper business. His actions were all seen by Yunxing, who was watching coldly from the sidelines. Qing Meng hesitated. In fact, Qing Meng's main purpose tonight wasn't to buy that woman. He had been entrusted by his sister to buy something else. The Big Dipper Martial Hall's rules were that they only accepted cash. He had prepared 100,000 purple gold coins. 100,000 gold coins was equivalent to 10,000 purple gold coins. It wasn't a lot to buy a woman, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, if he didn't get the item and his sister didn't get it, it would be troublesome to deal with. Although Qing Meng was lecherous, he wasn't stupid to the point of being stupid. Although the Qing family had always been taken care of by the Qing Empress, the real reason why the Qing Empress favored their family was because of his precious sister. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. It was just a woman. Besides, the two women wearing bamboo hats looked strange and didn't have any dou qi or magic power around them. If it really didn't work, then when he left the martial hall, Qing Meng was brewing a vicious plan in his heart. 50,000 gold coins again. If no one offers a higher price, this pitiful celestial fox female slave will belong to this young lady. The gilded warrior didn't expect that a beautiful celestial fox people female slave could be sold for such a sky-high price. 50,000 gold coins was 25 times higher than the purchase price. For the Big Dipper Marshal Hall, it was a huge sum of money. He looked suspiciously at the bamboo hat woman. He didn't know where she came from to actually pay such a high price to buy a woman. 50,000 gold coins. No one else offered a higher price. Yunxing finally succeeded in buying that woman. According to the auction house's agreement, Yunxing could only obtain that woman after the auction ended. But in this way, she was left with less than 50,000 gold coins to buy He Yi's weapon. After a round of bidding for the celestial fox people female slave, the auction house started a new round of bidding. Chapter 874. Apart from that, there was a bottle of sacred elixir pills and a combat technique that was suitable for Wuzong's. However, none of these attracted Yunxing's interest. Yunxing also noticed that apart from the celestial fox people, Qing Meng, who was sitting in the front row, did not bid anymore. 1 hour passed, and the auction was coming to an end. Yunxing did not manage to find a suitable weapon for her to defend herself. Everyone, tonight's auction is coming to an end. Tonight's last auction item, which is also the most precious item, will be auctioned soon, the gold-plated warrior said in a loud voice. Qing Meng, who was sitting in the front row, finally moved. His eyes shone with excitement. He was even more anxious than when he saw the celestial fox people earlier. This auction item is a little special. It is a weapon. It was created by a blacksmith master from later Qin, Master Moyin. The gold-plated warrior was very excited. He was also a warrior. To a warrior, especially a warrior with a high cultivation level, a good weapon was like adding wings to a tiger. Yunxing had never heard of Moyin's name before. However, judging from the reactions of the cultivators at the side, this grandmaster must be an incredible grandmaster blacksmith. Dong Huanglinger was also a little excited. Seeing that Yunxing did not have any reaction, she said, "Yunxing, don't you know Master Moyin? He is the most famous blacksmith master in later Qin. The reason why later Qin soldiers are famous all over the world is because of him. Later Qin soldiers were strong and powerful. Other than the fact that later Qin soldiers were brave and warlike, their living environment was harsh, and their people's temperament was tempered. Another important reason was that later Qin had a few purple gold mines and a super blacksmith master who could forge purple gold weapons, Moyin. Although Yunxing had been in the boundless land for many years, she had been busy learning magic and expanding her medical skills. She did not spend much time on blacksmithing. Her contact with blacksmithing started from Master Moke. With Dong Huanglinger's reminder, Yunxing suddenly remembered that Moyin and Moke were only separated by one word. Could it be that they were related? Linger, how much do you know about Master Moyin? Why don't you tell me about it? Yunxing asked. I have only heard about it. You also know that purple gold is a mineral that is very difficult to fuse. However, as long as it is fused with weapons, it can cut iron like mud. Master Moyin was said to be a mixed-blood elf. Because he was not accepted by the elf tribe, he fled to the later Qin. He was in the army of later Qin and forged countless divine weapons for later Qin. Dong Huangling had heard many of Moyin's deeds from the blacksmiths in the eastern capital Imperial Palace. It was said Master Moyin was Master Moke's brother. Moyin was very famous, but there were very few of his weapons among the common people. Part of the reason was that he only provided weapons for the later Qin army. Another reason was that although he was expelled from the elf clan, he still had the pride of the elf clan. He disdained to forge weapons for the mediocre people of the human clan. Therefore, to be able to own a weapon forged by Moyne was something that martial artists dreamed of. Tonight, we are also fortunate to have Master Moyne here. The gold-plated warrior introduced an old man in the front row. The old man was much shorter than the average later Qin person. His back was slightly hunched, and he had grayish-brown hair. Due to his years of blacksmithing, there was an unusual blush on both sides of his cheeks. This blacksmith master, who looked to be in his 70s, did not seem to have heard anything about the gold-plated warrior's introduction and the reverent gazes that were looking at him. In fact, more than half of the warriors who came to the auction tonight were here for Moyne's weapon. Earlier, the people of the Big Dipper auction had spread the news that Master Moyne's work would appear at the auction tonight. However, in order to attract more people, the auction did not specify what kind of weapon would be auctioned. The gold-plated warrior was obviously familiar with Moyne's temper. After the introduction, he ordered someone to take out a box. The box was only the size of a palm and looked small and exquisite. It was hard to imagine what kind of magic weapon was in the box. This weapon is the most outstanding work completed by Master Moyne in the past 2 years. It's a bow named Rui. After that, the gold-plated warrior opened the box almost respectfully. A bow. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. There was no weapon more suitable for her than a bow. It was just that, this bow was a little too small. It looked only half the size of Yunxing's palm. In the box, there was a small purple gold bow lying there. When they saw the bow, the warriors who had been eagerly waiting for it all sighed. Later Qin, there were countless warriors, and each of them used thousands of kinds of weapons, but not many of them could use a bow. Those who could use a bow had to be quick-sighted and knew how to use a bow. This point was already difficult for most of the warriors. Moreover, the bow was too small. Although the carving was exquisite and made of purple gold, such a small bow was not enough to be taken out. At most, it could only be used as a toy by girls. Therefore, when they saw the bow, most of them showed disappointment. However, Yunsheng was not too disappointed. On the contrary, after she saw the bow clearly, a smile appeared on her face. This bow was not ordinary. Everyone, don't be fooled by how small this bow is. It's called Rui Scepter because of its size. It can be big or small. After saying that, the gold-plated cultivator picked up the bow. The bow, which was originally half the size of a woman's palm, quickly expanded. In just a breath's time, the bow lengthened and widened. The purple gold light was dazzling, and it became a very heroic longbow. The gold-plated warrior thought again, and the bow immediately shrank and finally became half the size of a palm. Such a bow that could change its size according to one's wishes was indeed made by Master Moyne. The gazes of the auction guests burned with passion once again. In particular, Qing Meng was already impatiently urging, "How much is this bow? Hurry up and give me a low price. I've been waiting for it all night." Hearing Qing Meng talk about money, Master Moyne, who was sitting in the VIP seat, had a flash of anger in his turbid old eyes. Yunsheng was also very concerned about the price of this bow. The price of the Rui bow was definitely not low, as it was carved into such an exquisite bow from the extremely hard purple gold. She now had 50,000 gold coins in her hands. Don't be impatient. Regarding this Rui bow, after discussion with Master Moyne, the auction house has decided to set up 2 auction methods. After that, the gold-plated warrior looked at Master Moyne. Happy Christmas Eve, everyone. The sad Defuzi was kidnapped by the food poisoning master. She looked like a dead fish and howled. Chapter 875. It was really not easy to ask Moyne for help. The Big Dipper auction house's recent auctions had been lukewarm. In order to attract more guests, the auction house had spent a lot of effort to persuade Moine to take out one of his masterpieces. Unfortunately, Moine's temper was bad and stubborn. In the end, the auction house had to compromise and agreed to auction the wishful bow in the auction method he requested. There are two prices for this wishful bow. The first is the normal auction method. The highest bidder gets it. The base price is 500,000 gold coins. After the Gilded Warrior reported the price, there was a burst of hissing in the martial arts hall. 500,000 gold coins. This had already made most people give up. Ordinary people could not afford such a high price. Hearing this, Qing Meng was in high spirits. 500,000 gold coins, this price was still within his expectations. Yunxing also furrowed her brows. This price was nothing to her before. However, she only had 50,000 gold coins on hand right now. That wishful bow, she really wanted it. However, Yunxing did not give up. She was still waiting for the second auction method. Yunxing had stayed in the immortal Zhu country for 3 years and knew many elves. According to her knowledge, the more eccentric the elven masters were, the more eccentric they were. Even if they were of the same race, if they wanted to forge something, they would have to agree to some unimaginably harsh conditions. Divine Wind had suffered a similar loss before. She did not know if this Moine would have the same temper as Master Moke. The second auction method, which is also set by Master Moine himself, is equivalent exchange. Anyone present, as long as they can take out an item that satisfies Master Moine, can exchange it for the wishful bow. The items used for the exchange can be weapons, ores, magical beast materials, and so on. The Gilded Warrior had been auctioning for a long time. It was also the first time he had conducted this kind of barter auction. Compared to barter, the auction method of 500,000 gold coins was obviously more beneficial to the Big Dipper auction house. If it were not for Master Moine's insistence, the auction house would not have agreed. However, he had already done his research on the auction. For a master like Master Moine, he wouldn't be interested in ordinary items. It was also very difficult for the people who came to participate in the auction to take out any precious items on the spot. Therefore, there was no doubt that using gold coins to complete the transaction would have a higher chance of success. 510,000 gold coins. Qing Meng was the first to speak. 550,000 gold coins. 600,000 gold coins. Some people from the major clans of later Qin also joined in the bidding. 10 pieces of roughly refined purple gold ore. 1 saint-ranked magical beast soul stone. In addition to gold coins, there were also other people bidding with items. However, Great Master Moine remained calm and collected as he sat on the VIP seat. Sigh, it's a pity that we don't have anything valuable to exchange for it. When Dong Huanglinger saw that bow, she also felt that it was very suitable for Yunxing. She remembered that Yunxing knew some archery techniques. However, the two of them had neither money nor valuable treasures on them. This made Dong Huanglinger very anxious. As for the auction, the price had already risen to 800,000 gold coins. As for the barter, no matter if it was the roughly refined purple gold ore or the high-ranked magical beast materials, none of them attracted Great Master Moine's attention. This great master who was over 70 years old had seen countless rare materials in his life. The wealth that the later Qin military provided was enough for him to live for 10 lifetimes. If it wasn't for the help of the Big Dipper Dojo's curator in his early years, Great Master Moine would definitely not take out his proud work, the Rui Bao, to auction. To Great Master Moine, the bidding that was getting louder and louder sounded very ironic. In his opinion, these people were not worthy of using his Rui Bao. At this time, the gold-plated warrior received an anonymous letter from the guest seat. He followed the guest's instructions and handed it to Great Master Moine. Great Master, this is a guest's instruction to give to you. He said that he wants to exchange it for the Rui Bao. The gold-plated warrior didn't know what was written in the letter. Great Master Moyin took the letter and opened it to read. There was a slight ripple on his originally calm face. The gold-plated warrior noticed that Great Master Moyin's hand trembled. At that moment, his turbid old eyes flashed with a different kind of splendor. Great Master Moyin closed the letter and whispered to the gold-plated warrior. The gold-plated warrior's expression was very strange. He hesitated, walked back to the auction stage, and made a gesture of silence. Just now, Qing Meng and a general from the later Qin raised the price of the Rui Bao to 980,000 gold coins. Qing Meng almost fought with the general. The gold-plated warrior announced loudly, "The Rui Bao has been sold." Great Master Moyin invites the owner of the anonymous letter to see him in the auction house's VIP room. Wow! The auction house, which was already very lively, exploded because of this sentence. Especially Qing Meng, who was red in the face from the bidding, his whole face turned green. He angrily scolded, "What the hell is going on? I already bid 980,000 gold coins, how much did that person bid?" The gold-plated warrior also had a helpless expression, "Master Qing, and the other guests, please forgive them. This is Great Master Moyin's decision. Our auction house has no right to interfere." "What interference?" "That bao, I want it." Qing Meng's face was red. No matter what, he must get the Rui Bao. If he didn't get the bao, how could he face his sister? "Master Qing, you better look at the situation. This is the Big Dipper dojo. Even if Empress Qing came personally, she would still have to show some respect." In front of the gold-plated warrior, the symbol of the Big Dipper was very eye-catching. Qing Meng was choked up by these words and was instantly speechless. He could only leave with a dejected expression with his few subordinates. He was really disappointed tonight. He didn't get anything. No way, he had to get something no matter what. After the auction ended, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger went to the VIP room first. The later Qin's Great Master Moyin and his Rui Bao were already waiting there. After receiving the anonymous letter, Great Master Moyin, who had always been calm, also became anxious. He walked back and forth in the VIP room with a face full of worries. From time to time, he would look at the letter in his hand. There were only a few sentences in the letter. However, it was this sentence that made Great Master Moyin's heart calm down for a long time. Hearing the footsteps, Moyin hurriedly raised his head. "Who are you people?" Chapter 876. Moyin was full of expectations, but he didn't expect that it was only two women who walked in. Both women were wearing bamboo hats, so he couldn't see their faces and origins. "It's you." Master Moyin recognized Yunxing's voice. This woman was the woman who had bought the Celestial Fox People woman with 50,000 gold coins earlier. "Master Moyin, it doesn't matter who I am, but I can help you fulfill your long-cherished wish of many years," Yunxing said with a smile. "How did you know that I want to?" Moyin hesitated. He cautiously looked outside the VIP room and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "When the leaves fall, they return to their roots. I know that Master Moyin wants to return to his hometown all the time. Every elf, even a mixed-blood elf, is the same. To tell you the truth, I know your brother Moke." Yunxing's anonymous letter didn't mention any precious magic materials or precious ores. There were only two words on it, hometown. These two words, like a sharp arrow, instantly hit a wish that Master Moyin had hidden deep in his heart for more than 50 years. Master Moyin's hometown was the immortal Zhu nation. For so many years, although he was in later Qin, Master Moyin had always wanted to return to his hometown, the beautiful and peaceful immortal Zhu nation. Almost no one knew that although Master Moyin had forged batches of weapons for the later Qin army, he also regretted that these weapons were used for killing and war. He wanted to return to his hometown, but he never had a chance because he was a mixed-blood elf and was not qualified to live in the immortal Zhu nation. Yunxing knew about Moyin's wish because she had been with Master Moke for a while. Master Moke would mention his brother Moyin, and he would often talk about it with a longing look. When he was young, he lived with his brother in the immortal Zhu nation and lived a beautiful life. That kid Moke has long stopped contacting me. You are just an ordinary human. How can you help me return to the immortal Zhu nation? It seems that you want to cheat my Rui Bao. Master Moyin was very alert. In later Qin, he appeared to be doing well, but in reality, everything was under the control of the later Qin military. He had no choice but to be on guard against all sorts of spies and vile people. This caused him to be very distrustful of the human race. I do want Grandmaster's Bao, but I do have a way to help you return to the immortal abode. Grandmaster, you haven't heard from the immortal abode for many years, right? In fact, the new king of the immortal abode, Shenfeng, has already abolished the discrimination against mixed-blood elves. In the immortal residence kingdom, purebred elves and mixed-blood elves can already live in peace, Yunxing tried to persuade Master Moyin. Peaceful coexistence? You are really a liar. How can the thousands of years of discrimination be abolished at will just because a new king ascends the throne? Moyin said angrily, insisting that Yunxing was a liar. Sigh, you old fellow, what Yunxing said is the truth. She lived in the immortal abode for 3 years, and her life was very good. Donghuang Linger didn't care whether Master Moyin was a grandmaster artificer or not, and said unhappily with her hands on her hips. Impossible, she is a human. It is impossible for a human to live in the immortal residence kingdom. Even if she accidentally entered the immortal abode, she would definitely be imprisoned in the Icefall City. Moyin still didn't believe her. If Grandmaster still doesn't believe me, you can look at my forehead, Yunxing said, then took off her bamboo hat and lifted her forehead hair. On her sparkling and translucent jade-like forehead, there was a scarlet spirit hellfire brand. Seeing this, Moyin's eyes shrunk. This is... Heavens, what did I say? This is the inheritance of the great fire spirit queen. You are... the successor of the Fire Spirit Queen. Moyin couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Ignoring Donghuang Linger's astonishment, he immediately knelt down and held on to Yunxing's hand with tears flowing down his face. Grandmaster, you are... Seeing Moyin's appearance, Yunxing was also somewhat baffled. Honorable lady, Moyin's father is also a fire spirit. The blood of the fire spirit tribe flows in my body. Moyin thought that in his lifetime, he would once again meet the successor of the fire spirit tribe. When he thought of how he spoke rudely to Yunxing before, he felt very guilty. Grandmaster, please get up. Grandmaster Moke is my elder, and you are his elder brother. Speaking of which, you are also my elder. Yunxing pulled Grandmaster Moyin up. Don't worry, as long as you want to return to the immortal abode, I can tell Divine Wind or Huiyu to let you return to your tribe and enjoy your old age. Moyin's tears kept flowing. He didn't expect that in his lifetime, he would be able to return to the fire spirit tribe of the immortal abode kingdom. He choked with sobs. Honorable lady, thank you for your help. Please accept this wishful bow. Yunxing chatted with Moyin for a while, then received the wishful bow from Moyin. Honorable lady, here are 20 wishful arrows that can be used together with the bow. Moyin decided that in a few days, he would secretly leave later Qin and return to the immortal abode kingdom. Grandmaster Moyin, thank you for your gift. Yunxing was secretly happy. Not only did she receive the wishful bow, she also coincidentally sent Grandmaster Moyin away. Later Qin lost a top-notch blacksmith, and the military equipment of later Qin would definitely be greatly reduced. If Duke Xiu knew about this, he would definitely fly into a rage. After receiving the wishful bow, Yunxing and Dong Huang once again wore their bamboo hats. The two of them found the staff of the auction, and after paying 50,000 gold coins, the woman from the Celestial Fox people was also sent over. That woman had already changed her clothes. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she timidly looked at the two women in front of her. When one of the women saw her, she clicked her tongue in wonder, and even walked around her non-stop. "What is your name?" Yunsheng was also sizing up that woman. Looking at her up close, Yunsheng felt as if she was looking into a mirror. From head to toe, this woman's appearance was fat and thin, and even the length of her hair was exactly the same as hers. "My name is Hu Xing," the woman's voice was still somewhat trembling. "Yeah, even your name is the same," Dong Huang said as she clapped her hands. Yunxing also felt a headache. Hu Sheng, she indeed had the same name as her. There was only a difference of one character between her and her mother, Hu Jiuxing. She had a strong premonition that this woman called Hu Sheng was definitely related to her by blood. "Alright, linger, don't make a fuss. Let's find a place to settle her down first. It's already quite late, we have to return early." Yunxing looked at the sky and saw that it was already completely dark. If they still didn't go to Tianya building, Madame Chi Bai would probably think that the two of them ran away. Yunxing and Dong Huang brought Hu Sheng and walked out of the Big Dipper dojo. Right after the three of them walked out, several sneaky figures followed behind them. Chapter 877. Right now, Yunsheng was also powerless to protect herself. Hu Xing looked exactly like her. Just based on her face, she definitely couldn't bring her back to the Crown Prince's residence. Thus, Yunxing decided to settle her down in an inn in the city first. However, after taking a few steps, Yunxing keenly heard that someone was following behind her. Her eyes slightly darkened. In front of her was Tianya building. She and Dong Huang pulled Hu Xing and quickly walked into Tianya building. On Vermilion Bird Street, several horses galloped past. From afar, a bunch of red hair could be seen dancing in the night like flames. Whoosh! Duga Xiu leaped down from his horse and strode into Big Dipper dojo. "Your Highness." Seeing Duga Xiu, the warriors of Big Dipper dojo were incomparably respectful. "I heard that Master Moyin is a guest in the dojo." After Duga Xiu finished setting up the defense map at the border, he came to find Moyin in the middle of the night. "Your Highness." Seeing Duga Xiu, Moyin was neither servile nor overbearing. "Master Moyin, a few days ago, this crown prince ordered something." Duga Xiu's entire body was wrapped in cold air, and his pair of eagle eyes carried a bit of heat. Moyin took out a jade box. The size of the box was somewhat similar to the size of the Rui Bao that Yunxing bought earlier. However, inside the box was a pair of exquisite soul crystal earrings. Soul crystals were a kind of top-notch soul stones that could only be obtained from saint-level or even king-level demonic beasts. The pair of earrings in the box was only the size of a water droplet. They looked very spiritual. Just by holding them in one's hand, one could feel a burning sensation. If a person were to wear them, even if they were in a cold cave, they would still feel warm all over their body. The color of the earrings was fiery red, just like the color of Duga Xiu's hair. The effect of this pair of earrings was not limited to that. Because it was made from the soul crystals of saint-level or even king-level demonic beasts, it had a natural deterrent effect on demonic beasts. This pair of earrings gave people a feeling very similar to Duga Xiu's. They were similarly aggressive and extremely dazzling. Everyone only knew that Master Moyin was an outstanding master refiner, but they forgot that he was also an outstanding elven jewelry master. The elf clan was indeed blessed by the heavens in terms of craftsmanship. Their creations were all treasures on the continent. Countless noble ladies and women of the royal family flocked to their creations. However, not everyone could ask Master Moyin to personally refine a pair of top-grade soul crystal earrings. Your Highness Crown Prince, are you satisfied with this pair of earrings? Moyin carefully observed Dugashio's expression. Dugashio's eyebrows were raised, and his eyes were filled with joy. Moyin saw this and couldn't help but wonder. Later Qin's crown prince, Dugashio, had an iron-blooded style on the battlefield. However, his current demeanor was very rare. Every time he came to find him, he would speak in a businesslike tone. However, a few days ago, he had come alone with a soul stone and requested a custom-made pair of soul crystal earrings. Those earrings were clearly in the style of a woman. It seemed that the Crown Prince had made such a move to please a certain woman. Crown Prince Dugu had a cold personality and didn't indulge in women's charms. This was already a well-known fact in later Qin. However, this time, he had personally come to custom-make earrings. Could it be that it had something to do with the princess of the eastern capital who had recently married into later Qin? Even a famous elven craftsman like Moyin couldn't help but be a little curious about the folk princess of unknown origins. As expected of Master Moyin's work, this crown prince is very satisfied. Since that's the case, Master can temporarily not refine weapons for this month, Dugashio said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Moyin was secretly delighted. Although he was treated as a distinguished guest in later Qin, the later Qin's military had been very careful with him for many years. Every day, he had to report to the later Qin's military. This would undoubtedly affect his escape plan. Once Dugashio opened his mouth, even if he disappeared in front of people for a few days, no one would notice. Dugashio didn't pay attention to Moyin's strange behavior. He played with the soul crystal earrings in his hand and left the Big Dipper dojo with his people. A few days ago, he had commissioned Moyin to refine this pair of earrings. There was no other reason. He had given Yunxing a lot of jewelry, but although Yunxing had accepted it, she didn't wear it. It could be seen that she was different from his concubines. She didn't like ordinary jewelry. Later Qin was bitterly cold. Now that Yunxing's Dharma soul had been sealed, her physique had been affected to a certain extent. The sun couldn't be seen in the snow-treading park all day long. With this pair of earrings, it could help her resist the cold. The earrings were bright red like flames. Dugashio could already imagine what kind of charming scene it would be if it was worn on Yunxing's small and delicate earlobes. Only when he thought of Yunxing did Dugashio remember that it had already been a day since he last saw that bothersome little vixen. Last night, after that woman unceremoniously chased him out of the snow-treading park, he was furious for the entire night. During the day, he was busy with military affairs. The moment he returned to his residence, the first thing he did was to go to the snow-treading park. Unexpectedly, after asking, he found out that Yunxing brought Dong Huangling and went out with Qi by early in the morning. They hadn't returned yet. Dugashio remembered that he was going to take the earrings. Thus, he brought his people out to look for Dong Huangling. Dugashio rode on his horse and passed by the Vermilion Bird Street. Then, he remembered that Yunxing and Qi Bai hadn't returned yet. Thus, he slowed down his horse and walked on the street. After taking a few steps, he heard a clamor coming from the Tianya building. Dugashio frowned. The Tianya building was a famous building in Yangdu. There were actually people who dared to cause trouble inside. Crown Prince, it's Lord Qing's people. Do you want to go in and take a look? Dugashio's guard recognized the two fierce-looking cultivators standing outside the Tianya building. Those two people usually served senior concubine Qing's elder brother, Qing Meng. Speaking of Qing Meng, he was a notorious bully in Yangdu. Dugashio frowned. It's that brat, Qing Meng again. This cousin of his, relying on the support of Empress Qing and his younger sister, senior concubine Qing, acted tyrannically in the city. He especially liked to bully men and seize women. However, it was fortunate that it was only a small matter. Even if it was brought to the imperial court, Duguxiu would close his eyes and let it pass. Hearing a woman's cry, Duguxiu didn't have to think to know that his brother-in-law must have taken a fancy to some beautiful woman again. After all, it was just a small matter. As long as it wasn't too big of a commotion, he wouldn't bother with it. This was to prevent Qing Chang from running to him and begging again. Duguxiu waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't bother with this mess. However, just as Duguxiu was about to pass by on his horse, another cry for help sounded from the Tianya building. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? The more Duguxiu thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. At that moment, a woman rushed out. She was in a hurry as she shouted toward the street, "Not good. Someone wants to molest the princess." Duguxiu's eyelids twitched. He stepped on the horse's back and turned into a dark light. With a bang, he charged toward the Tianya building. Chapter 878. Duguxiu charged forward. His movements were too fast. The Crown Prince's blood iron guards, who had been preparing to leave, were instantly stunned. What was going on? Didn't the Crown Prince say not to bother about Master Qing? Why did Crown Prince make the first move when she turned around? What made Duguxiu's expression change instantly was the woman who ran out of Tianya building. She was Dong Huangling, who had been following beside Yunxing. Wherever Yunxing was, Dong Huanglinger would be there as well. It turned out that a quarter of an hour ago, when Qing Meng saw the two bamboo hat women bringing the beauty of the celestial fox people into Tianya building, he immediately ordered people to block the entrance of Tianya building. Then, he brought several warriors and rushed in to catch them. "Tisk, do you think I won't be able to catch you if you escape into Tianya building? Hee, I'll kill 3 birds with 1 stone tonight." Qing Meng was furious and rushed into Tianya building with several guards. As soon as he entered the Tianya building, he grabbed a waiter and questioned him about the whereabouts of the women who had entered the building earlier. When the waiter saw that it was Qing Meng, this little tyrant, how would he dare to conceal anything? Trembling, he pointed to the innermost room on the 2nd floor. When Qing Meng got the news, he brought the guards and kicked open the door of the room. 2 women were sitting in the room. Qing Meng didn't have time to think about why there were only 2 women in the room when 3 people came in. He fixed his eyes on the 2 women's appearances and was instantly overjoyed. He had originally thought that he would only be able to snatch a little beauty. Who would have thought that the 2 people in the room were both great beauties? The one on the left had willowy eyebrows and red eyes. Her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was graceful. She had a noble aura. The one on the right was the peerless beauty from the celestial fox people whom he had seen at the auction earlier. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Compared to the timid and helpless look she had at the auction, she looked more lively now, and her pair of black eyes seemed to be able to speak. When the 2 girls saw someone suddenly barge in, their faces were filled with astonishment. I'm really lucky tonight. These 2 beauties, I want them both." Qing Meng's bones melted when he saw the appearance of the 2 women. With an impatient look on his face, he stepped forward, wanting to kiss her. "Impudent! Where did this lecher come from? Do you know who we are? This is Prince Dugu's future wife," cursed the beauty with willow eyebrows. "TSK, little beauty, aren't you lying a little too much? Do you know who I am? I am the Dugu Prince's brother-in-law. You're saying you're from the Crown Prince's residence? What a joke. The woman of the Crown Prince's residence, the future Crown Princess, will come out and be sold in the auction house." Qing Meng laughed cheerfully. Impudent. Since you're Qingqiang's older brother, you should recognize this princess. The celestial fox people's beauty also had a cold expression on her face. Her appearance was like a snow rose, so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. This caused Qing Meng's heart to itch even more. Great beauty, you dare to directly call my little sister by her name. If you are the future crown princess, then I am Prince Dugu. No need to wait anymore, I'm going to pamper you tonight. After finishing speaking, Qing Meng pounced toward Yunxing like a hungry wolf. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger took a look at each other, and a strange light flashed past their eyes. Yunxing used night demon footwork and cleverly dodged Qing Meng's attack. Dong Huanglinger even cooperated with Yi Xi. While pulling out her newly bought whip, she whipped those martial artists while running out of Tianya building. With such a huge commotion, in just a short while, everyone in Tianya building was alerted. Just now, when the three of them left Big Dipper Martial Arts Gym, they discovered that there were people following them. Right now, the three of them were weak women who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If they were to go head-to-head with those martial arts men, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yunxing's heart moved as she saw Tianya building in front of her. Yunxing had already predicted that Madame Qi Bai would definitely be waiting for them in Tianya building. Thus, she decided to borrow Madame Qi Bai's hand to suppress Qing Meng. That was what Yunxing planned to do. However, she didn't expect that Dugu Xiu would have a sudden idea and also get involved in this matter. A commotion came from the building. Madame Qi Bai, who was also sitting in a side room of Tianya building, naturally heard the commotion. She also sent someone to inquire about it. After knowing that it was Qing Meng who was causing trouble here, she originally planned to ignore it. However, who knew that at this moment, she also heard a familiar cry for help. Madame Qi Bai's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly stood up. Hu Linglong asked curiously, "Big Sister Qi Bai, what's wrong? You can return first, I will contact you another day." That damn Qing Meng, of all people, he actually dared to provoke her. Madame Qi Bai's face was filled with anger. In a moment of excitement, she chatted with Hu Linglong for a while. However, she forgot that Yunxing and Dong Huangling were both rarely seen beauties. God knows why they would encounter a perverted demon like Qing Meng. Madame Qi Bai hurriedly walked out of the door. At this moment, Dong Huangling had already run to the entrance of Tianya building, planning to cause an even bigger commotion. She didn't believe that if she were to cause a commotion on the street, Madame Qi Bai would definitely be alerted. However, just when she was about to call for help, a figure that was like a whirlwind had already arrived before her. Dong Huangling only saw a trace of red hair flashing past her eyes. The aura of the person that arrived was like a flood, and his movement technique was like the wind. Even in the entire later Qin city, there weren't many people who possessed movement techniques like this. Dugu Xiu. Only now did Dong Huangling react. Her small face was immediately filled with smiles, and the blood within her body was boiling. This is great, with the arrival of Dugu Xiu and Yunxing's impromptu performance, even if that Qing Meng doesn't die, he will be crippled. Before the two cultivators that were looking at the entrance of Tianya building clearly saw the face of the person that arrived, they cursed, "Bastard, you actually dared to enter and cause a commotion without seeing that Master Qing is here. Are your dog eyes blind? Take a good look at who this crown prince is." When Dugu Xiu thought of how Qing Meng was actually taking liberties with his woman, anger rushed to his heart. Damn it, that reckless Qing Meng. That woman, even this crown prince, doesn't dare to touch a single finger of hers. If you dare to touch her, I will cut off the part of your body that you touch. When the two cultivators heard the voice that sounded like that of a demon from hell, and then looked at Dugu Xiu's gloomy face, their knees started trembling unconsciously. They recalled what the two women had said earlier. It can't be so strange, right? The woman that Master Qing took a fancy to is really Crown Prince Dugu's future Crown Prince consort, right? Scram! Dugu Xiu's 2 waves of tyrannical Do Qi were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. With a wave of his Do Qi, the 2 martial ancestor realm cultivators didn't even have the strength to resist and were sent flying. When they crashed onto the ground, they instantly turned into 2 piles of minced meat. 2 miserable cries could be heard from downstairs. When Madame Qi Bai, who had just stepped out of the room, heard the furious rebuke, she couldn't help but shiver. Her heart turned cold, and she saw that Dugu Xiu had already rushed up the stairs with a baleful look on his face. Crown Prince. Madame Qi Bai still wanted to explain. However, Dugu Xiu's cold gaze forced her to swallow her words. Chapter 879. How are you judging people? Dugu Xiu's eagle-like eyes were filled with anger. It was Madame Qi Bai who brought them out. While Yunxing had something to do, Madame Qi Bai was sitting in another room. Dugu Xiu couldn't help but suspect that Madame Qi Bai was intentionally framing Yunxing. Madame Qi Bai was also unable to explain herself. She had no idea that Yunxing and Qing Meng had already arrived at Tianya Building, let alone how Qing Meng met those 2 people. Just when Dugu Xiu was reprimanding Madame Qi Bai, Qing Meng's impatient voice could be heard from the room at the end of the room. "Beauty, let's see where you can run off to." Dugu Xiu took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the room. Right at this moment, a person jumped out from the room. Yunxing originally thought that the person who entered the room was Qi Bai. However, when she took a look, she saw that the person who entered the room was tall and big, blocking the entire door. Just when she was about to scold the person who entered the room, she took a look and saw that the person was Dugu Xiu. Looking at Dugu Xiu's cold face that could freeze all living things within a 1-mile radius to death, Yunxing couldn't help but mourn for Qing Meng. However, Yunxing wasn't going to miss out on this hard-to-come-by opportunity. Regardless of whether it was Madame Qi Bai or Dugu Xiu, they were all big shots, and any one of them would be able to instantly kill Qing Meng. She hid behind Dugu Xiu. In Yunxing's mind, she quickly recalled the expressions of the countless evil female supporting characters in the melodramatic soap operas. Immediately, her black eyes were filled with tears. With her slender finger pointing at Qing Meng, she didn't forget to use a sobbing voice. "Crown Prince, he bullied me." Dong Huanglinger, who had just arrived, couldn't help but shiver, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. This world is really going to rebel. This was the first time that she saw her good friend Yunxing acting like this. Hearing that, Dugu Xiu's blood rushed to his head. In actuality, in his mind, he also had some doubts. These days, Yunxing was the only one who could bully others. Since when did others have the right to bully Yunxing? However, it was rare for Yunxing to take the initiative to ask him for help like today. Just her flustered look just now made Dugu Xiu's heart ache. Inside the room, Qing Meng saw his cousin rushing over with a group of people. That celestial fox people's beauty actually rushed to his cousin with an aggrieved expression. He was also dumbfounded. Looking at Dugu Xiu's knife-like eyes, Qing Meng's legs immediately began to tremble like noodles. Heavens, could it be that what the 2 women had said earlier was true? This woman was really the future crown princess, Princess Dong Huang from the eastern capital. But wasn't this woman the woman from the auction earlier? No matter how Qing Meng looked at it, he was sure that Yunxing was the celestial fox people girl. With his pig brain, he would never think that the person had been switched just now. Dugu Xiu pulled Yunxing in front of him and carefully examined her. He saw that she was panting incessantly, and her hair was messy. What was even more hateful was that a section of her sleeve had been forcefully pulled off, revealing half of her sparkling and translucent wrist. Xiu immediately took off his jacket and wrapped Yunxing tightly. Xiu glared hatefully at Qing Meng. Qing Meng's hand was still grabbing onto Yunxing's sleeve. Although Qing Meng was a hedonistic son, he was still a legitimate general of the Qing clan. He was a descendant of a general and had various elixirs. His martial realm was also at the pinnacle of martial grandmaster. Yunxing did not have any sorcery now, so she could only rely on her martial arts to win. The room was too narrow, and she did not dodge in time just now, causing a section of her sleeve to be pulled off. Qing Meng, who gave you the guts to even dare to take liberties with this crown prince's crown prince consort? Xiu said word by word as he closed in on Qing Meng. Qing Meng was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. He knelt on the ground and kept on backing away. As if he didn't know that he was going to die, he said, "Cousin, no, Your Highness, I didn't know. I thought that this woman was that female slave from the Big Dipper auction. If I knew who she was, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch the crown prince consort. He's talking nonsense. Just now, we already said that we are people from the crown prince's mansion. He even said that if the princess is the crown prince consort, then he is the crown prince, and that he is going to pamper the princess tonight." Dong Huangling stood at the side and fanned the flames. Xiu's gaze became even more gloomy. "You dare to say that my woman is a female slave, and that I am going to pamper her? To think that Qing Meng actually dared to say such disgraceful words." Around Xiu's body, intense flame-like qi started to spread out. His knuckles let out cracking sounds as he looked at Qing Meng with a gaze as if Qing Meng was a dead man. Seeing this, Madame Qi Bai was shocked. She hurriedly pleaded for mercy for Qing Meng. "Your Highness, no matter what, Qing Meng is your cousin, and the only older brother of consort Qing. Although he offended the princess, it was an unintentional mistake. You can't not kill him. Crown Prince, please spare my life." Qing Meng nodded his head as if he was pounding garlic. He didn't expect that Xiu would be so angry this time. "Princess, please plead for mercy. Lord Qing Meng is the nephew that Qing Empress dotes on the most." Madame Qi Bai also knew that only Yunxing would be able to persuade Xiu. Madame Qi Bai hurriedly gave a signal to Yunxing with her eyes. The meaning behind her words was to warn Yunxing that Madame Qi Bai had yet to marry into the Qing family. Thus, Madame Qi Bai still had to carefully serve Qing Empress, her future mother-in-law. Not to mention Qing Chang's outstanding status in the Crown Prince residence. Even if Yunxing married Xiu and became the Crown Princess, she still had to be wary of Qing Chang. In another 2 days, the people from the Crown Prince residence would enter the palace. Yunxing would definitely meet Qing Empress. Madame Qi Bai thought that by saying this, Yunxing would understand her intentions. Who knew that Yunxing was disdainful in her heart? Who was Qing Empress? Did she really think that she was her future mother-in-law? It was impossible for her and Xiu to be a couple. She was too lazy to look at Qing Chang's face. Under Madame Qi Bai's fervent gaze, Yunxing was stunned and didn't say a word. She only pretended to be regretful. "It's a pity. This dress is my favorite." As she spoke, her wrist moved slightly. There was a faint red mark on the wrist where the dress was torn. That was because she didn't dodge carefully and was accidentally grazed by Qing Meng. Xiu's eyes narrowed, and his hand moved as fast as lightning. With a crack, Qing Meng's right hand drooped down. The arm that was still fine a moment ago was now hanging limply. Qing Meng let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. "Remember, if you dare to touch her again, even if Mother comes personally, she won't be able to save you," Xiu said fiercely. How would Qing Meng dare to say no? He looked again and saw Princess Donghuang, who was standing beside Xiu like a goddess, smiling coldly at him. That woman was actually two different people in front of him. What was even more hateful was that his own cousin actually obeyed her orders as if he was possessed. Qing Meng's heart was filled with hatred. Damn Dong Wangxing, I will definitely have a grudge with you. As long as I, Qing Meng, am around, you can forget about having a foothold in later Qin. Chapter 880. On the way back, everyone in the Crown Prince's residence didn't have a good expression on their face. Madame Qi Bai's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat. Yunxing's words, what a pity. This is my favorite piece of clothing. She seemed to be careless, but the intention behind her inner strength was very sinister. Du Guxiu actually crippled Qing Meng's right hand without saying anything. He clearly knew that in a few days, there would be a banquet in the palace. As the Empress's nephew and the senior concubine Qing Meng would definitely attend. Yet, he still took action. In his heart, Yunxing's position was actually so high. In the future, when you leave the residence, wear a veil. After Du Guxiu sent Yunxing to the snow-treading garden, he left with a group of blood iron guards angrily. Madame Qi Bai took a look at Yunxing and sneered. Then, she hurriedly chased after Du Guxiu. Yunxing, I have already settled him down. We will go look for Huxing another day. Dong Wanglinger let out a sigh of relief. Just now, when Du Guxiu returned, he didn't say anything. Dong Wanglinger didn't know what he was thinking about. However, Du Guxiu actually crippled his own cousin's hand just because of Yunxing's words. This point, even Dong Wanglinger was somewhat astonished. Huxing's background is very mysterious. We need to investigate it thoroughly. After tonight's matter, senior concubine Qing probably won't let this matter rest. For the next few days, let's avoid her and not go out. Although Yunxing taught Qing Meng a lesson, Du Guxiu's actions also caused her to be somewhat astonished. Du Guxiu's actions had already reached a somewhat paranoid state. When Yunxing thought about the silver mark on her arm, she also felt indescribably irritated. Du Guxiu returned to Yu Pavilion with a cold aura around him. Crown Prince, you went a bit overboard tonight. You clearly know that Yunxing isn't someone who can be bullied easily. Madame Qi Bai followed closely behind Du Guxiu. She didn't think that Du Guxiu wouldn't be able to see the abnormality of tonight's matter. Who was Yunxing? Madame Qi Bai had also suffered a loss because of her. Even if its teeth were pulled out, a fierce tiger would still be a fierce tiger. Madame Qi Bai understood this principle. Needless to say, Du Guxiu also understood this principle. Qing Meng was a bit unrestrained, but he wouldn't speak carelessly. He had mentioned something about a female slave at the Big Dipper auction for no reason. That must mean that Yunxing had gone to the Big Dipper auction. However, Madame Qi Bai still decided to investigate why Qing Meng would mistake Yunxing for a female slave. This Crown Prince understands. Du Guxiu's words surprised Qi Bai. If the Crown Prince understood, then why did he still want her? Yunxing is not someone who is easily bullied, but, even though I know this Crown Prince still doesn't want her to suffer any grievances, not even a little bit, Du Guxiu said in a muffled voice. There was also a trace of confusion in his eyes. Even he himself did not understand what had happened to him. That woman clearly didn't care about him at all. She was clearly using him, but he was still happy to do so. Only the heavens knew that when she rushed to his side, he had an impulse to fiercely hug her in his arms. If she was willing, he could hold the entire world in his hands, as long as she was willing to give him a smile. Madame Qi Bai's heart felt stifled. A wave of pain spread from the bottom of her heart like a prairie fire. She looked at Du Guxiu as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. She knew that if she was willing, even if that woman was holding a dagger in her hand, Du Guxiu would still be willing to meet her. Madame Qi Bai didn't know how she walked out of Yu Xian. Her mind was only filled with Du Guxiu's expression at that time. Madame Qi Bai, it's so late. Why did you come out from the Crown Prince's place? A slightly jealous voice interrupted Madame Qi Bai's thoughts. Qing Chang was walking towards Du Guxiu's courtyard with a maid. Tonight, when she heard that the Crown Prince didn't summon a woman to serve him, she took the initiative to stew a cup of tonic and went to visit the Crown Prince. Madame Qi Bai laughed mockingly. Secondary consort Qing, I advise you to go to the Qing residence to visit your elder brother instead of trying to curry favor with the Crown Prince. What he did today was actually flirting with Princess Donghuang, and the Crown Prince saw it. In a fit of rage, the Crown Prince crippled one of his hands. When Qing Chang heard this, her eyebrows twitched. Looking at Madame Qi Bai's expression, she knew that she was telling the truth. She secretly scolded her elder brother for being a good-for-nothing. She had clearly asked him to go to the Big Dipper auction house to buy the Rui Bao. How did he end up bumping into Dong Huangxing, that troublemaker? With her elder brother's dissolute personality, if he really met a beautiful woman like Dong Huangxing, he might really flirt with her. Her cousin the Crown Prince must be in a fit of anger right now. Qing Chang didn't dare to go and provoke him. Qing Chang pretended to be grateful. Thank you for your concern, Madame Qi Bai. Qing Chang will return to the Qing residence to take a look. Qing Chang left the residence in the middle of the night and went straight to her maternal home, which was the later Qing General Wudi's residence. The moment she entered the general's residence, she saw a few martial artists who were beaten to a half-dead state being carried out. In her elder brother's courtyard, the sound of a woman wailing could be heard. When Qing Chang saw such a messy scene, she believed in her elder brother's words even more. When she walked into the courtyard, she saw her sister-in-law, Madame Qing, sitting there and wiping away her tears. Her elder brother Qing Meng's wives and concubines were arguing with each other, wanting to change Qing Meng's bandages. Qing Meng was half leaning on the bed. He no longer had the arrogant and despotic look that he usually had. He was wailing in pain, and his right hand was already tied up. Have you all had enough? He isn't dead yet, what are you all crying for? When Qing Chang saw this group of bewitching women, she was filled with anger. Although there were a lot of women in the Crown Prince's residence, none of them dared to be impudent in front of Du Guxiu. Her elder brother was also a good-for-nothing. He couldn't even discipline the women in the Crown Prince's residence properly, and he actually dared to go and provoke that Dong Huangxing. Younger sister, it's good that you are here. You must take revenge for elder brother. When Qing Meng and Madame Qing saw Qing Chang, it was as if they had seen their savior. One of them was wiping away her tears, while the other was wailing in pain. Although Qing Chang was reprimanding them, she still felt sorry for her elder brother. She went forward and took a look at Qing Meng's hand, and her expression immediately changed. The bones in Qing Meng's right hand were all shattered by his dou qi. Only Du Guxiu was able to do this. Elder brother, what happened to you? Why did you end up like this when you went to the Big Dipper auction? When Qing Chang took a look at Qing Meng's hand, she knew that it wasn't a small matter. Du Guxiu's dou qi was very powerful. Once the bones were shattered, even if Qing Meng's right hand was healed by elixirs, his right hand wouldn't be able to recover. This time, Du Guxiu really wanted to cripple Qing Meng's hand. Thinking up to here, Qing Chang couldn't help but tighten her grip. Younger sister, be gentler. Qing Meng was in pain. What's going on? Where is the Rui Bao that I wanted? How did you offend Dong Huangxing? Qing Chang gave a signal with her eyes, and the group of women in the room all retreated. Chapter 881. What? You said that the Rui Bao was bought by someone. How did you do your job? Ching Cheong asked and found out that the Rui Bao was actually bought by someone anonymously. She didn't care that Ching Meng was injured and immediately flew into a rage. Ching Cheong was a warrior, and the weapon that she was best at using was bows. Bows and arrows were not the mainstream weapons in the continent, and thus, there were very few famous bows. For the past few years, Ching Cheong had been looking for a suitable bow and arrow. It wasn't easy for her to find out that Moyin had recently forged a new bow and arrow. If she knew who had bought the Rui Bao, it would be fine. With the power of the Qing mansion, Ching Cheong believed that she would be able to get the Rui Bao back. But now, Qing Meng didn't even know who had bought the Rui Bao. How could she not be depressed? Sigh, sister, don't get angry. Not only do I not know, the others also don't know. It's all that old fellow Moyin's fault. He insisted on bartering. I had already bid 900,000 gold coins, but I still wasn't able to buy the Rui Bao. Qing Meng saw his sister's angry face and tried to please her. If you don't know who bought the Rui Bao, why don't you go and find out? You even bought so many things at the Big Dipper auction house. The more Ching Cheong thought about it, the more she felt that her brother was useless. I promise that once my hand recovers, I will go and invite the manager of the auction house to drink with girls. I will definitely be able to get him to tell me. Qing Meng was just about to pat his chest and promise, but who knew that he would pull on his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Looking at her brother's appearance, Ching Cheong didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. She said angrily, I really don't know how your eyeballs grow. You even dare to drink with girls. Sooner or later, you will die on the belly of a woman. Tell me, why did you have your eyes on Dong Huangxing? That woman looks weak and delicate, but she is not someone who is easy to deal with. That night, because Li Huali underestimated Dong Huangxing, her subordinate, Granny Qing, became a scapegoat and was kicked to death by Du Guxiu. Ching Cheong finally understood that Dong Huangxing was a source of trouble. As long as she was involved, Du Guxiu would definitely not show mercy. Sigh, my sister, this time, you must help me. If I had known that she was the Crown Prince's new lover, I wouldn't have had any ideas about her. I've been thinking about this all night. Why is it so strange? Why does this Crown Prince consort look like twins with a celestial fox people's slave from the Big Dipper auction house? When Qing Meng was in Tinya building, he was already scared silly by Du Guxiu. When he returned to the general's residence, he remembered that there were only 2 women in the room when he broke into the room. Also, the clothes on the 2 women were clearly not what he had seen earlier. However, the face of the future crown princess was indeed that of the celestial fox people. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Either that celestial fox people was in disguise, or the future crown princess was somehow related to that celestial fox people. Celestial fox people? Big brother, you can't speak carelessly. The matter of the Bakra orcs has caused the people of the continent to panic. They are the mortal enemies of our human race. The Crown Prince's cousin's Crown Princess is the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty. You slandered the princess as a descendant of Celestial Fox. This matter is punishable by beheading. Qing Chang glared at her elder brother. She was afraid that he would be stupid again and cause some trouble. The matter of the Dutian blood seal had caused the major countries to be extremely nervous. In the past few years, the major countries had sped up their search for the 8 Wastelands divine artifact in order to prevent the Dutian blood seal from collapsing. A celestial fox people's slave was nothing. However, if a celestial fox people's woman became the crown princess of the later Qin dynasty, then it would be a big deal. I say, little sister, you don't believe your big brother's eyesight when it comes to women. Moreover, that crown prince consort, she's really very beautiful. A man won't be able to forget such a woman after seeing her once. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the other people who attended the auction that night. They all saw her with their own eyes. Qing Meng said as he looked at his sister's expression. His sister was very confident in her own appearance and martial skills. However, honestly speaking, Dong Huangxing was really more beautiful than Qing Chang. It was no wonder that the crown prince doted on her so much. Qing Chang's expression was uncertain. As for the truth of the matter, she would investigate it herself. However, there was one thing that she knew. Dong Huangxing dared to sow discord between the Qing family and the crown prince's cousin. Qing Chang would definitely not let this matter rest. Big brother, I will deal with this matter myself. For the next few days, you should pay more attention to your hand. 2 days later, it will be the Azalea banquet in the palace. At that time, you should enter the palace together with mother. Qing Chang was thinking about how she should teach Dong Huangxing a lesson. Ah, sister, you can't be serious, right? My hand is already in such a state, how am I supposed to enter the palace? Wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Qing Meng's face was filled with red and white patches. Later Qing's palace banquet wasn't something that could be attended so easily. The men would compete with each other in terms of martial skills while the women would compete with each other in terms of beauty. If this matter were to spread out that his hand was broken by Crown Prince Dugu because he was teasing the future Crown Princess, where would he be able to put his face? Yes, I want to be laughed at by others. You also know that the Green Empress cares a lot about her face. For the sake of a woman, her son actually crippled her own nephew. Such a big matter, if she were to find out about it, who do you think she would deal with first? Qing Chang's beautiful face became blurry. Last time, Li Huali merely lost a granny, and the Crown Prince's mansion was already filled with ridicule. When Li Huali saw her, she couldn't even raise her head. This time, her own big brother was directly crippled. Thinking back to Madame Qi Bai's mocking expression back then, Qing Chang's teeth became sore. Qing Meng could afford to lose face like this, but she, Qing Chang, couldn't. This time, the Crown Prince's cousin taught her big brother a heavy lesson. During the banquet, if she were to make things difficult for Dong Huangxing, the Crown Prince would definitely not allow it. Since she couldn't do it, then she would let the Green Empress do it. Qing Chang was the Green Empress's niece. Since she was young, she often went in and out of the palace. Thus, she knew the Green Empress's temper very well. The Green Empress was once the #1 beauty in later Qin. Although she was already 40 years old, her appearance was still like that of a young girl. After she became the Empress, she seemed to be very graceful and magnanimous. However, she was actually very narrow-minded and liked to be jealous. Especially in recent years, when the later Qin's emperor, Dugu Xing, started to take in concubines, the Green Empress had always hated those women who were more beautiful than her. She was very protective of the Qin clan. In the past, Dugu Xiu had been tolerating Qing Meng because of the Green Empress. Dong Huangxing's appearance, without a doubt, broke the Qing clan's tyrannical situation. With this, the Green Empress definitely wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Chang, you are so smart. Let's do it this way. When the time comes, I will pretend to be more pitiful. When Qing Meng thought of being able to take revenge, his eyes lit up. The two siblings discussed for an entire night. Only when the rooster crows did Qing Chang return to the Crown Prince's mansion. When she passed by the Takshu garden, she sneered and thought to herself, Dong Huangxing, I will let you be proud for a few more days. Let's see if you can still become the Crown Prince's consort by then. Chapter 882. Early in the morning, Dong Huangling patiently took out a set of clothes and gestured in front of Yunxing. Yunxing rolled her eyes. She had already lost count of how many sets of clothes Ling had chosen. There's no need to choose anymore. I have decided to wear this one. Yunxing closed her eyes and casually pointed. Her finger pointed at a blue dress. This won't do. This dress is too plain. Today, you will be attending the Azalea banquet in the palace. Those women in the Crown Prince's residence will definitely think of ways to be in the limelight. I can't enter the palace. You have to be careful. Dong Huangling spoke as if she was a housekeeper. Dong Huangling was pretending to be a maid. She was worried that someone would recognize her. Therefore, she couldn't accompany Yunxing into the palace. Luckily, Ling had already taught Yunxing all kinds of etiquette related to the palace. Although Yunxing was lazy when it came to learning, she was smart enough. With just a little bit of guidance, she was able to understand the etiquette of the imperial family. Ling, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I don't want to be the Crown Prince's concubine, and I don't want to attract anyone's attention. I just want to be a good-for-nothing princess. Yunxing changed into the blue dress and casually combed her hair into a simple hairstyle. Only then did Dong Huangling drop the subject. Yunxing had stayed in the boundless continent for many years. She had learned everything, but the only thing she didn't know was how to comb her hair. Who asked her to grow up in a rural place like Banana Leaf Village? Later on, when she entered the Jade Capital, she spent all her time with Gu Feng and the others or with the hunters. Whatever girls knew, Yunxing didn't know. As for her nominal maid, Dong Huangling, she had the life of a princess since she was young. She grew up being served by maids. Thus, she didn't know how to comb her hair. Yunxing walked out of the snow-treading garden. After taking a few steps, she saw a group of orioles walking over. Duke Xiu was wearing a luxurious black robe with a golden python on it. His long hair was tied up, making him look less wild and more handsome. Looking at the women beside Duke Xiu, they were Madame Qi Bai, Qing Chang, and Li Huali. Among the three of them, Madame Qi Bai was enchanting and gorgeous, wearing a purple dress. Qing Chang was valiant and cool, wearing a modified apricot yellow dress. As for Li Huali, she was wearing a peach-red dress, which added to her beauty. Among the group of women who looked like peacocks spreading their tails, Yunxing was the only one who was dressed in aqua blue. She had almost no makeup on her face and looked too simple. When Duke Xiu saw this, he frowned, but soon relaxed his brows. It turned out that Duke Xiu's eagle eyes were scanning Yunxing's body and face. After looking around, he couldn't help but admit that Yunxing's appearance was not bad. Yunxing was born beautiful. Her black hair was like clouds, her lips were red, and her eyebrows were black. Even though she was not wearing anything, she still looked unique among the gorgeously dressed concubines. The only jewelry on her body was the ancient jade bracelet on her wrist. That jade bracelet was worn by Yunxing at all times. Duke Xiu had checked it earlier and found that it was not a storage bracelet. That was why he allowed Yunxing to wear it. Although he could not tell what material the bracelet was made of, in contrast to Yunxing's slender wrist, the ancient bracelet was translucent and white. It was even more exquisite than the most expensive mutton fat jade bracelet. She looked elegant and refined. She really had the temperament of a royal princess. However, if she really attended the Azalea banquet like this, she would probably still be criticized. To men, the royal banquet was a courtesy in the officialdom. To women, it was a competition between each other, from clothes and jewelry to their male offspring. Yunxing was the future crown prince consort. Before she married into the family, her words and actions were restricted by others. Duke Xiu was not willing for her to be ridiculed at the banquet. "Where are the jewelry that this crown prince gave you?" Duke Xiu stared at Yunxing. Yunxing would not tell Duke Xiu that all his jewelry had been sold to the pawnshops in later Qin. They had all become shiny purple coins of the empire. With money, one would not have to worry about being a ghost. That was the first life principle that Yunxing learned after coming to the boundless land. I'm just a boorish girl from the countryside. Your Highness already knew my temper when you met me. I hate wearing gold and silver. If your Highness doesn't like it, then I won't enter the palace. Yunsheng was too lazy to enter the palace and pretended to go back. Just a small crown prince residence was already in a foul atmosphere, not to mention the palace in later Qin. Wait, did this crown prince ask you to go back? You're fine like this. Duge Xiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Why was this woman so clueless about the situation? Duge Xiu thought for a moment and took out a small box. It was a jewelry box with unique craftsmanship. After opening the box, Duge Xiu took out a pair of pomegranate red earrings and pretended to put them on Yunsheng's ears. However, Yunsheng was vigilant and took a step back. She looked like she did not want strangers to come close. Duge Xiu's eyes darkened and his hand froze in midair. A storm was brewing on his face. Your Highness, you're so clumsy. Don't hurt the princess. Let me help the princess put on the earrings. Madame Qi Bai pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and cleverly resolved Duge Xiu's awkwardness. When she saw the pair of earrings that Duge Xiu gave Yunxing, a trace of unconcealable jealousy flashed past her eyes. When had Duge Xiu ever spent so much effort to please a woman? What was so good about this damned Yunxing? Needless to say, Qing Chang and Li Huali were so envious that their eyes turned red. When Yunxing put on the earrings, she felt a warm current pass through them. Ever since Duge Xiu used his unique combat skill to bind her magic power, she had always felt that her luck wasn't running smoothly. Even though Yunxing had used the jade marrow technique to regulate her breathing many times, she still couldn't break free from Duge Xiu's Do Qi binding. However, when she put on the earrings, she did feel that the jade marrow art in her body flowed more smoothly. Her hands and feet also became more nimble. After everything was ready, Duge Xiu led the four women in a palace carriage to the eastern palace of the imperial granary. It was also the Taiyang palace where Duge Xing, the Empress, and the other concubines were staying. Yunxing and Madame Qi Bai sat in the same carriage. Madame Qi Bai chatted casually. When they arrived at the Taiyang palace, Yunxing got out of the carriage. Duge Xiu's carriage had just stopped when it was surrounded by a group of later Qin nobles and officials. In front of the Taiyang palace, there was a beautiful scene of flowers. The corridors on both sides of the palace were filled with gorgeous azaleas. I'm going to pay my respects to my aunt. I won't accompany you sisters. After getting out of the carriage, Qing Chang left them behind and went to the harem alone to find the Qing Empress. Humph, what's so great about her? She's just relying on her aunt, the Empress. Li Huali was half jealous and half angry. Let's go to the Thousand Purple Palace to see the noble consort. Li Huali was not easy to deal with. Consort Z of the Thousand Purple Palace was a new concubine that the later Qin emperor had taken in before the new year. She was close in age to Li Huali and was very favored. Li Huali took the opportunity to befriend her. Princess, there's still about an hour before the azalea banquet begins. I'll leave for a moment. If Princess likes, you can take a stroll around the flower garden. Madame Qi Bai nodded and walked in the direction of Duge Xiu. Unlike Qing Chang and Li Huali, Qi Bai was more willing to stay by Duge Xiu's side and interact with the later Qin nobles and officials. After the three women left, Yunxing's ears finally had some peace and quiet. She started to wander around the Taiyang palace. Silence, everyone misses the fox. We can understand. In 72 hours, the fox will appear. Chapter 883. Qing Chang left the people of the Crown Prince residence and headed for Blue Empress Danhuang Palace. As soon as she entered Danhuang Palace, she smelled a charming fragrance. A beautiful woman was lying on a couch with her eyes closed. Two maids were kneeling in front of her, applying medicine for her. It was hard to tell how old the woman was. There was no trace of age on her face. Her skin was white and supple, and her oval-shaped face was covered in heavy makeup. Her red lips were sexy and full. She wore a red low-cut palace dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Taking a closer look, the beautiful woman and Qing Chang had similar features. However, compared to Qing Chang, the beautiful woman was less immature and had more of a mature woman's beauty. As soon as Qing Chang came forward, she stood behind the beautiful woman obediently and helped her massage her shoulders. "Chang, you're here. You haven't come to Danhuang Palace for a while. Come, let me take a good look at you." The woman's long eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes. Seeing Qing Chang, her expression softened. She pulled Qing Chang in front of her and took a closer look. Frowning, Blue Empress asked, "Chang, why do you look so haggard? Did Li Huali or Qi Bai provoke you?" Blue Empress was the eldest daughter of the great Qing family. Because she was the mother of Crown Prince Duguxiu, she had reigned supreme in the harem for nearly 20 years. No one could shake her position. She had always wanted a daughter. Unfortunately, later Qin had many concubines, so Duguxiu only bestowed her a son. Qing Chang had been in and out of Imperial Granary Palace since she was a child. Her temperament and appearance were very similar to Blue Empress, so Blue Empress had always treated her as her own. She even bestowed a marriage upon Qing Chang after she expressed interest in her cousin Duguxiu. Blue Empress originally wanted to support Qing Chang as Duguxiu's first wife. She would inherit the throne of the later Qin Empress. Who knew that the later Qin Emperor would betroth Duguxiu to that idiot princess from the eastern capital? Blue Empress had even quarreled with Duguxiu over this matter. In Blue Empress' eyes, the eastern capital was already on the decline. Apart from a legitimate bloodline of the imperial family, how could the eastern capital's princess compare to a woman of the Qing family? What's more, news of Grand Princess Donghuang running away from the marriage made Empress even more disdainful of the eastern capital's princess. Qing Chang's eyes reddened. And who else could it be? It's that commoner from the eastern capital. What? Qing Chang's mother's Qing Chang's appearance. Qing Chang's temper. She was Chang's. Qing Chang's. Qing Chang's. Qing Chang's temperament was similar to hers. She had a strong temper, and she had her support on a daily basis. A lowly princess who had just entered the residence and had not even gotten married dared to provoke Qing Chang. She didn't give her the cold shoulder. On the first night she came in, she forced Nanny He, Li Huali's maid, to death. Cousin Crown Prince not only didn't blame her, but also asked her to move to Yu Pavilion. But that woman was very arrogant. Not only did she not obey, but she also set up a bunch of traps in Yu Pavilion and injured one of Cousin Crown Prince's guards. Even Cousin Crown Prince was driven out. Qing Chang's series of complaints made Blue Empress's expression change. How could there be such a big commotion on the first day of the bride's arrival? Not only did Xiu not get angry, but he also asked that rude woman to move to Yu Pavilion. Because of his childhood experiences, Duguxiu's was cold. Even to Empress Qing Chang, his mother, he was not very polite. Needless to say, Yu Pavilion, which he regarded as a forbidden area, was open to that woman. It could be seen that the commoner princess from the eastern capital had some tricks up her sleeve. Not only that, that woman also likes to attract bees and butterflies. Before she entered the residence, she had flirted with Prince Duguxian. That day, she was still seducing my eldest brother in Tianya house. He accidentally fell into her trap and was seen by Cousin Crown Prince. Cousin Crown Prince crippled my eldest brother's right hand. I'm afraid that his hand won't be able to recover. When Ching Chang spoke of her grievances, tears rolled down her cheeks. Preposterous. That woman really thinks that she has some status. Later Qin is not the eastern capital. Blue Empress became angry. The palace maid who was kneeling in front of her was kicked away by Blue Empress Ching Chang. The palace maid who was kneeling in front of Blue Empress Ching Chang was so scared that she curled up on the ground and didn't dare to move. Blue Empress Ching Chang was very protective of her people. Under her protection, the people of Qing Mansion had always been running amok in Later Qin. Dong Wangxing had just arrived in Later Qin, and she was already running amok. In the future, even Blue Empress Ching Chang, as her mother, would have to listen to her when doing things. That's right. Concubine mother, you have to properly teach that woman a lesson. She's too arrogant. I don't know what method she used to make Crown Prince cousin run around in circles. Ching Chang saw that Qing Empress was angry and secretly rejoiced. However, that woman is, after all, a princess who came from the eastern capital. Speaking of status, she is a member of the royal family. If you teach her a lesson, I'm afraid that the emperor and the crown prince wouldn't agree to it. Although Blue Empress Ching Chang was angry, she wasn't rash. Since she was able to climb up to the throne by borrowing Dong Wangxing's seed, she naturally had some tricks up her sleeves. And, are we just going to let that little bitch run amok? Ching Chang was unhappy. Don't worry. Isn't there going to be the Azalea banquet later on? According to the rules of the past years, how would the Azalea banquet be peaceful? Chang, just wait and see how your aunt is going to teach that little bitch a lesson. Blue Empress Ching Chang had a kind expression on her face. However, the venomous glint in her eyes caused others to shiver. Those palace maids who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but shiver. Last time, when Blue Empress Ching Chang killed a palace maid who was favored by the emperor, she had the same expression on her face. Taiyang Palace was very big. The main banquet was held in the front hall. Yunxing thought that the front hall was sunny and beautiful. It was a completely different scene from the stepping snow garden where Yunxing stayed. The azalea flowers here bloomed beautifully. There were red, purple, white, and orange colors. After avoiding the crowd, Yunxing only felt refreshed. Now, she was like a canary. Although she seemed to be free, she couldn't get away. However, Duguxiu didn't need to be complacent. Did he really think that trapping her was enough? Moyin's matter was just the beginning. She would soon make Duguxiu regret bringing her back to the Later Qin. In this palace, not only are the flowers well grown, but the herbs are also well grown. After Yunxing walked past a cluster of azalea flowers, she saw a field of herbs that were growing well. Yunxing was a doctor. She was 100 times more interested in herbs than azalea flowers. There were all kinds of saint-grade and high-grade herbs in this medicinal field. If Miss knew why these herbs and flowers bloomed so well, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in the mood to appreciate them. A sudden voice interrupted Yunxing's sigh. Yunxing only noticed that there was a middle-aged man beside the medicinal field. Yunxing was shocked. She didn't know when the gardener was here. Yunxing didn't notice his appearance. Chapter 884. The man was about 40 years old. He had a masculine face, grayish-brown hair, and was not tall. He was dressed simply, but he did not look like a eunuch in the palace, nor did he look like an attendant of some noble or minister. He looked like a gardener who was in charge of this herb field. When he saw Yunxing, a look of amazement flashed across the man's eyes. However, that was all. Soon, his eyes returned to normal. Yunxing secretly saw this in her eyes, but she did not say anything. Master, why do you say that? Yunxing looked around. Miss, this must be your first time attending the azalea banquet. No wonder you don't know the history of this herb field and Taiyang Palace. The middle-aged gardener was serious as he turned the soil in the herb field. What does this herb field have to do with the azalea banquet? Yunxing did not understand. Miss, why do you think the azalea banquet is called the azalea banquet? That is because azaleas weep blood. Legend has it that azaleas are evil flowers. After being stained with blood, they will bloom even more enchantingly. Over the years, people would die at the azalea banquet, and those dead people would be buried in this herb field. What he meant was that he was going to use human flesh and blood as fertilizer for the flowers. After the gardener finished speaking, he looked at Yunxing with a probing look, as if he wanted to see the fear on Yunxing's face. A princess who did not know magic or do qi would be scared out of her wits if she heard such a thing. However, Yunxing disappointed him. She glanced at the medicinal field and said with a smile, "It's the cycle of nature. Many people have died in this medicinal field, but many people have also been saved. It's quite miraculous. Don't you think it's too cruel to use artificial fertilizer?" The middle-aged gardener was surprised. The weak are prey to the strong. If you and I were people who cared about flowers, how would we have the chance to stand in this herb field and chat? However, Master, you shouldn't have planted the 6-leaf dark epiphyllum and the jasper grass together. These two grasses are yin and yang. Planting them together will affect each other's growth. As Yunxing spoke, she pointed to a corner of the medicinal field. You know medicine. The middle-aged gardener no longer looked down on Yunxing. This woman was far more powerful than her harmless appearance. I know a little. Yunxing smiled and told the gardener how to plant a few herbs. The gardener still wanted to say something, but he glanced behind Yunxing and continued to turn the soil, leaving his back to Yunxing. Yunxing wanted to ask more questions, but her nose twitched slightly. She smelled an unfamiliar fragrance of cosmetics in the air. Oh, this can't be the princess from the eastern capital, right? Princess, why did you lower yourself to come to such a dirty place? Behind her, a chattering female voice drifted over. Young Mistress Qing, you don't know, but I heard that before Princess Donghuang was recognized, she grew up in the countryside. Perhaps she felt a sense of closeness to this place. You saw her chatting with the gardener just now. It's true that birds of a feather flock together, another female voice said. Just by smelling the fragrance of all kinds of expensive cosmetics, Yunxing knew that there was more than one person here. Now that she was in the later Qin palace, she would have to compete with those later Qin noblewomen. She furrowed her brows slightly and turned around unhappily. The moment she turned around, Yunxing put on the most standard royal smile on her face. Not far away, a few noblewomen walked over. In the middle of the crowd was a young woman wearing a golden cloud dress and a golden buyao with 100 birds in her hair. This group of upper-class Qin women had heavy makeup on, and as they walked, they were graceful and charming. The palace banquets of Ho Qin were a place for women to compete with each other. From their appearance to their clothing, there was nothing they could not compare to. When they saw Yunxing, they more or less looked at her with disdain. But when they saw Yunxing's appearance again, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. In particular, the woman in the most gorgeous golden dress had a look of resentment in her eyes. Yunxing didn't recognize the woman in the golden dress, but that woman recognized Yunxing. She was the first wife of the later Qin Major General Qing Meng of General Wudi's household. This woman was also from a prominent family in later Qin. She had always been popular among the noblewomen because she had married into the Qing household. She had just entered the palace and heard from Qing Chang's coachman that Princess Donghuang had gone to the back of the palace alone. She had heard that her husband's right hand had been crippled by Prince Dugu for taking liberties with Princess Donghuang. She didn't blame her husband. Instead, she felt that Princess Donghuang was a seductive vixen. She planned to teach Yunxing a lesson when the men weren't around. Along the way, Qing Chang couldn't help but add fuel to the fire and talk about the bad deeds of this lowly princess from the eastern capital. She said that she was a good-for-nothing princess from the commoners, and that Prince Dugu had abandoned her on the first day of marriage and chased her to the most remote courtyard in the crown prince's household. With these rumors and Qing Chang's embellishment, these noblewomen from later Qin had already formed an impression in their hearts. This princess of the Donghuang dynasty was a lowly woman who liked to seduce men and was also a good-for-nothing. They had to be wary of her to prevent their men from being seduced by that vixen. When they arrived at the herb field, the noblewomen saw Princess Donghuang chatting with a lowly gardener. Looking at Yunxing's plain dress, these noblewomen looked down on her even more. But when Yunxing turned around, all the noblewomen felt their eyes light up. The azaleas in Taiyang Palace were already bright enough, and these noblewomen from later Qin had also dressed up meticulously. But the moment Yunxing turned around, those colorful azaleas dimmed a little. This so-called princess from the commoners. Bright black eyes, shapely eyebrows, feathery eyelashes, white and flawless skin that exuded a natural faint blush, and lips that were neither thin nor thick were like the most enchanting red azaleas, delicate and alluring. This woman was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. Would Prince Dugu neglect such a rare beauty? These noblewomen were all from noble families, and although they usually flattered Qing Chang, they weren't stupid. The princess is wearing soul crystal earrings, one of the noblewomen said with sharp eyes. She saw the red color on Yunxing's earlobes. In an instant, the group of noblewomen surrounded her. It's really soul crystal earrings. I heard that only Master Moyin can make these earrings. Even Qing Chang only has one pair. I heard from my man that a few days ago, he accompanied Prince Dugu to custom-make a pair from Master Moyin. The group of noblewomen who had been mocking Yunxing looked at each other as if their tongues had been bitten by a dog. The earrings that Prince Dugu had personally found someone to custom-make were not worn by anyone else in the Qing mansion, but only by Princess Donghuang. Didn't this mean that the prince had a special liking for Donghuang? Your Highness, your skin is really good. Only your Highness is worthy of this earring. This group of noblewomen was not stupid. They immediately changed their tone and were all like ants that had seen honey. They abandoned young Madame Qing and surrounded Yunxing. Chapter 885. Young Mistress Qing, who was still acting high and mighty like a peacock a moment ago, was now ignored by everyone. Young Mistress Qing gritted her teeth in anger, but it wasn't good for her to flare up. No matter what, young Mistress Qing was just the wife of a young general. However, Donghuang Sheng was different. As long as Crown Prince Dugu doted on her, she would be the Empress. All of her men would have to listen to Crown Prince Dugu's whims. Madam, you are too polite. I see that Madam's skin is yellowish and dark. Is it because you don't sleep well? Yunxing had a gentle look on her face, as if she didn't hear the mocking from the crowd at all. Princess, how did you know? That madam was very surprised. Her body had been very unwell recently, and she couldn't sleep well at night. And this madam, you have spots on your cheeks. It must be because of your irregular menstruation. You need to get it treated. Yunxing glanced at the faces of the madams. These madams were all wearing heavy makeup to hide their dark skin and spots on their cheeks. Yes. Princess, I have invited many doctors, but none of them could find anything wrong. I have learned some medical skills in my early years, and I also know some beauty maintenance methods. If madams are interested, I can discuss more with you. Yunxing said as she told everyone her beauty maintenance methods. These madams then looked at Yunxing and saw that she wasn't wearing any makeup. Her skin was as clear as jade, bright and smooth, and it was as if an egg had been peeled off its shell. All of them believed in Yunxing's words without a doubt. These madams all wished that they could become younger and prettier so that they could control the hearts of their men. However, although there were specialized doctors in the boundless continent, none of them knew how to maintain their beauty. Yunxing was a medical expert from the modern era. In the modern era, because women loved beauty, they would go to all kinds of beauty salons. Yunxing was also very knowledgeable about beauty maintenance. What external and internal application? What daily exercise? One after another, these madams from the later Qin dynasty were mesmerized by Yunxing's new concepts. They wished that they could immediately become close friends with Yunxing. A group of people surrounded Yunxing and chattered noisily as they escorted Yunxing towards the front hall. Young Madame Qing didn't even have the chance to interrupt. She was so angry that she kicked the soil on the ridge of the herb field a few times and walked back resentfully. After the women left, the gardener who was still digging the soil stood up. He patted the soil off his body and looked in the direction Yunxing left in deep thought. As they walked back to the front hall, the women became familiar with Yunxing and forgot that they were here to provoke Yunxing. Duge Xiu and Madame Qi Bai were escorted by a group of nobles and officials. They just happened to see this scene. It seems that the princess has some tricks up her sleeve. She got along well with the madams so quickly. Madame Qi Bai was envious. She originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of abandoning Yunxing to make her suffer all kinds of ridicule and suffer some losses. Who would have known that not only was Yunxing not ostracized, but she also behaved and talked well with a group of upper-class women, as if she had known them for a long time. This made Madame Qi Bai endlessly envious. Not only Madame Qi Bai, but Duge Xiu was also very surprised by Yunxing's performance. He always thought that Yunxing was crafty and cold, but he didn't know that she had such tricks up her sleeves. This woman, how did she subdue this group of troublesome madams in the imperial court in such a short time? Duge Xiu walked closer and listened. He saw that Yunxing was talking enthusiastically. You only need to grind high-quality pearls into powder and mix it with egg white. Apply it to your face for 15 minutes and then wash it with warm water. I guarantee that everyone's skin will be bright and smooth. As Yunxing spoke, she thought in her heart that a woman would doll herself up for her lover. This was definitely a principle that would never change since time immemorial. On the boundless continent, there were many medical centers, but there wasn't a single beauty salon. It was a pity that she couldn't even protect herself now. Otherwise, she would want to open the first beauty salon on the boundless continent. Just the money she earned from these madams would be enough to fill her basin. When Yunxing thought of this, her eyes shone brightly. Duge Xiu watched from the side and knew that Yunxing must be up to no good again. Cough, cough. Duge Xiu coughed a few times. Only then did the group of madams wake up from their daze. After bowing to the crown prince, they hurriedly retreated to the side. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Duge Xiu was full of nitpicking. He would rather die than admit that because he was worried that Yunxing wouldn't be able to handle it, he had been absent-minded since just now. It was the first time for Duge Xiu to let a woman affect his state of mind. I still have many areas that I'm capable of. The crown prince will know soon. Yunxing smiled sweetly. She calculated in her heart. She didn't seem to see Master Moyin today. It seemed that he had successfully escaped from Later Qin. Later Qin lost Master Moyin, so their military strength was undoubtedly greatly reduced. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. After a drawn-out announcement, Duge Xing and Empress Qing had arrived. Later Qin's emperor, Duge Xing, was about 40 years old. He was tall and had a head of red hair and a well-trimmed short beard. Beside him was a beautiful woman in her prime. However, compared to the later Qing's emperor, the beautiful woman looked much younger. She was at most 30 years old. Her figure was enchanting and voluptuous, and she had a pair of flirtatious eyes. When she looked around, she was quite charming. May the emperor live for 10,000 years. May the empress live for 1,000 years. After the officials kowtowed, they took their seats. With the arrival of the empress, the azalea banquet officially began. Later Qing's emperor and empress sat on the seats of honor. Duke Xiu and the other wives of the crown prince's residence sat on the right side of the empress. As for the left side, it was Duke Qian and his wives. Duke Xiu and Yunxing sat alone at a table. The remaining 3 people could only sit on the left side of the table. This must be Princess Donghuang. Her appearance is indeed outstanding, and her temperament is extraordinary. Men, reward the princess with a pair of purple gold dragon and phoenix bracelets, 20 pieces of luminous cloud gauze, and 2 pairs of jade rui. Later Qing's emperor looked at Yunxing, nodded, and began to reward her. Thank you, father. Duke Xiu stood up and thanked him on behalf of Yunxing. For the sake of money, Yunxing could only reluctantly nod her head. However, she would rather die than call him imperial father. Empress Qing saw Yunxing's appearance. She was indeed much more beautiful than Qing Chang. She then looked at her son. Ever since Dong Wangxing sat beside him, his eyes never left Dong Wangxing. However, Dong Wangxing seemed to dislike Duke Xiu sitting beside him. There was quite a distance between the two of them. During the azalea banquet, which official wife didn't try their best to please their men? They would serve the dishes and pour wine for them. Dong Wangxing was the only one who only cared about eating. In the eyes of others, Princess Donghuang seemed to be shy and didn't want to get close to Duke Xiu. However, in Qing Empress' eyes, Dong Wangxing was arrogant and was playing hard to get with Duke Xiu. When she saw the pair of soul crystal earrings on Yunxing's ears, Qing Empress raised her eyes slightly, and the sternness in her eyes disappeared. Chapter 886. Qing Empress naturally recognized the soul crystal ear studs. Qing Empress also had a pair of similar ear studs. However, in terms of quality and the value of the soul crystal, her pair of ear studs were far inferior to Dong Wangxing's pair. Qing Empress thought that during the azalea banquet, she didn't even wear the soul crystal ear studs to attend the banquet. Dong Wangxing, a princess who hadn't even married into the Qing family, actually dared to be so ostentatious. She was obviously showing off in front of her and the Qing family. Furthermore, she also saw that her nephew Qing Meng's right hand was still crippled. Just now, when he wanted to go up and propose a toast to Duke Xiu with his broken hand, he was scared off by Duke Xiu's cold gaze. At this moment, her beloved niece, Qing Chang, could only sit beside Dong Wangxing and look at Duke Xiu with a face full of adoration. When Qing Empress saw this, the dissatisfaction in her heart became even stronger. After admiring the flowers, a group of male and female martial artists went up and performed a dance of swords and sabers, displaying the unique customs of the later Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, we have already had 3 rounds of wine, and everyone has had enough of admiring the flowers. Why don't we follow the tradition of the previous years and add some color to the azalea banquet? Qing Empress took a sip of wine and looked at Qing Chang with her beautiful eyes. You are right. Then, let's do what we did in the past. This time, let's compete with our combat skills. 1 year has passed, and I also want to see what new combat skills the men of the later Qin dynasty have learned. When Duke Xing heard that, he nodded his head and agreed. Yunxing looked around and saw that everyone had a nervous and excited expression. It was as if they weren't surprised by what was going to happen next. the customs of the later Qin dynasty were very valiant. If it was just a palace banquet, it would be too ordinary to just admire the flowers and dance. In the past years, there would always be a competition during the azalea banquet. The men would perform their best combat skills, and the one who lost, which was also the weakest one, would be dragged out and beheaded to be used as fertilizer for the flowers. However, there were always pros and cons. There were also some warriors who performed outstandingly at the azalea banquet and were favored by the later Qin emperor. They were promoted and rewarded, and their careers soared. This rule had existed since the ancient later Qin dynasty. Therefore, every time the aristocratic martialists of the later Qin dynasty received an invitation to the azalea banquet, they were both frightened and delighted. Are you going to show off your skills as well? Yunxing glanced at Duge Xiu. According to tradition, this crown prince is the last to go up. What, are you worried about this crown prince? Duge Xiu stared at Yunxing. Yunxing had just drunk a few mouthfuls of wine. Her face was slightly red, which made her look even more beautiful. Her eyes sparkled, but there was a charm that was different from usual. Duge Xiu couldn't help but stare in a daze. I just want to know, if you lose, will you be directly dragged out to be used as fertilizer? Yunxing rolled her eyes. Duge Xiu's handsome face clearly stiffened. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suppressed his anger. Don't worry, in the entire later Qin dynasty, there is no one who can compare to this crown prince. However, the azalea banquet has always been fair. 3 years ago, this crown prince's 14th brother was also sentenced to death because his combat skills were inferior. That's good. The fairer it is, the more exciting it will be. Yunxing grabbed a sour plum and nibbled on it with relish. She was up to no good in her heart. Just as Yunxing was happily nibbling on the plum, she suddenly caught a hostile gaze. She raised her head slightly and saw Qing Ho coldly glaring at her. A bad feeling arose in her heart. As expected, Qing Ho suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, why don't we change the rules for this year's azalea banquet? It's boring to watch you men compete every day. Why don't we also let the female guests present show their skills? Her Majesty is right. Every year, it's us old men competing. We're already tired of competing until we're covered in sweat. Everyone knows that the women of later Qin dynasty aren't inferior to men. Let's have a competition and let us old men broaden our horizons. Qing Meng suppressed his anger and waited for the revenge that his younger sister had mentioned earlier. Finally, Qing Ho opened her mouth. Qing Meng immediately knew that the opportunity to take revenge had arrived. He and Qing Ho Furen beside him hurriedly agreed. The other powers that were subordinate to Qing Ho also chimed in. Duge Xiu's gaze suddenly turned cold. What is going on? Mother already knew that Yunxing didn't know how to use Do Qi, and she also didn't know how to use magic. For her to suddenly suggest a competition, her intention couldn't be any more obvious. Among the ladies that were present at the azalea banquet today, they either knew how to use magic or Do Qi. The only one that didn't know anything was Yunxing. Father, I don't think that this matter is appropriate. Duge Xiu still wanted to reject this matter. Xiu, on the battlefield, you men have the final say. However, in the imperial harem, you still have to listen to your mother. Men rule the country while women rule the imperial harem. If you don't even dare to participate in a small competition like the azalea banquet, how are you going to convince everyone? Qing Ho glanced at Duge Xiu. From her tone, one could tell that she was displeased. Dong Wangxing hadn't even married into the family yet, and Xiu had already disobeyed her in public. In the future, when that woman marries into the family and has a child, wouldn't she still be able to climb over her head? Duge Xiu and Qing Ho stared at each other. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Empress, Crown Prince, why are the two of you arguing? Why don't you let me make the decision? The competition will still be a competition, just that it won't be a competition of battle skills like before. There are also female guests from other countries here. Why don't we have a competition of battle skills that can be used by magicians, warriors, or even ordinary people? Seeing that Qing Ho and Du Guxiu were arguing, Du Guxing quickly became the peacemaker. Everyone in the palace knew that Dong Huangxing didn't know how to use Do Qi or magic. It was obvious that Qing Ho was against Dong Huangxing because of Qing Chang. However, the marriage between Dong Huangxing and Dong Huang dynasty was facilitated by Du Guxing. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't want to offend either side. However, at the same time, he had to side with both sides. Your Majesty is wise. Qing Chang has an idea. Why don't we compete in archery? Qing Chang saw that and suggested an idea. Archery was a skill that required skills and eyesight. It really didn't have anything to do with Do Qi or magic. After hearing what Qing Chang said, Du Guxiu looked at Yunxing. Yunxing's expression didn't change at all. She made an indifferent gesture and said, "Let's compete." I don't care. It's just that the content of the competition has been changed. Whether the result of the competition should be changed or not, shouldn't it be made clear beforehand? Of course. The content of the competition can be accommodated, but the last place can't be changed. Qing Ho's eyes glowed fiercely. According to the tradition, the last place of the azalea banquet would be used as fertilizer. All the female guests, other than Qing Chang, showed a hint of unwillingness. Yunxing saw this and sneered in her heart. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. We'll do whatever the Empress thinks is good. Yunxing smiled. It seemed like Qing Ho wanted her to be fertilizer. That's good. If I don't teach these people a lesson, they won't know why the flowers are so red. Chapter 887. Du Guxing didn't expect his future daughter-in-law from the East Emperor dynasty to be so forthright. His interest was immediately piqued and he ordered, since that's the case, then it's settled. Men, set up the target. Beside Qing Meng, Madame Qing tugged at her husband anxiously. Are we really going to compete? I'm not good at archery. What if? What if? You even dare to compete with Dong Huangxing? What are you afraid of? The last one will definitely be that idiotic princess. Let's see who can protect her. Qing Meng rolled his eyes at his wife. Most of the girls in the later Qin dynasty had learned horsemanship and archery when they were young, but not all of them specialized in archery like Qing Chang. Therefore, Madame Qing wasn't the only one who was anxious. But on second thought, no matter how bad she was, she couldn't be worse than Dong Huangxing. Everyone looked at Dong Huangxing. Her skin was soft and tender, as if she hadn't even seen the sun for a few times. Then, they looked at her hands. She didn't look like she had ever held a weapon before. Thinking about it this way, 99% of the people had already decided that Dong Huangxing would be the one to be the fertilizers. Du Guxing ordered. Then, a few warriors carried a target that was half a man's height to the stage. The target of the later Qin dynasty wasn't an ordinary grass target. It was half a meter in diameter, and the target was made of extremely tough golden arrow grass. It was covered with a 2-inch thick rhinoceros skin. The red dot at the center of the target was dyed with the blood of magical beasts. The weight of such an animal skin target alone was more than 50 kilograms. When it was carried up, one could feel the steaming smell of the battlefield. If one didn't have good arm strength, it would be difficult for him to even hit the target, let alone the red spot. Your Majesty, since there is a competition, there should be a referee to show fairness. Why don't I be the referee? Madame Qing seemed to be in a good mood. She volunteered to be the referee. "Why don't I be the referee?" "What do you think, Your Majesty?" A warrior in a white robe walked over. "Director Song, what brings you here?" The later Qin emperor couldn't help but smile when he saw who it was. The noble princes and concubines present all stood up and bowed respectfully to the person who had come. "Master." Duke Xiu walked forward with his usual coldness. Yun Sheng was also surprised. This Director Song was the middle-aged flower farmer she had met in the medicine field earlier. He was still dressed as a gardener, but unexpectedly, he was the curator of the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Director Song was not only the director of the Big Dipper Martial Hall, but he was also Duge Xiu's teacher. Back then, Duge Xiu had learned all his combat skills from Director Song. He didn't hold any official position in the imperial court, but he could freely enter and leave the palace. He was undoubtedly the #1 martial artist in the later Qin dynasty. Director Song's origin was very mysterious, and his cultivation was also very high. There were rumors in the outside world that his cultivation had even surpassed the first level of martial emperor. However, Director Song was indifferent by nature, but he was also upright and plain-spoken. He had always disliked the complicated formalities of the imperial court. Every year, Duge Sheng would host the palace's Azalea banquet and invite him, but according to the rules of previous years, he had never attended. Therefore, his sudden appearance at today's Azalea banquet naturally came as a shock to everyone. Qin Ho's expression changed slightly when she saw Director Song. The later Qin emperor and the others might not know Director Song's origin, but Qin Ho knew. Director Song was sent by the Qilin clan's patriarch, He Yao, to teach Duge Xiu martial skills. Although he was sent by He Yao, in terms of seniority, he was still He Yao's senior martial brother and was rumored to be a member of the 8 Desolate Tribes' Beast God altar. When He Yao became friends with Qin Ho, he saw that she was a very ambitious woman. She was obsessed with politics and had long wanted to control the later Qin's imperial court. In order to prevent Qin Ho from becoming too powerful in the future and controlling Duge Xiu, He Yao sent Director Song to help Duge Xiu ascend to the throne of the later Qin emperor as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to prevent Qin Ho from becoming too powerful. Indeed, after Director Song's arrival, the relationship between Qin Ho and Duge Xiu's mother and son had become quite distant. Because of this, Qin Ho was very angry with Director Song and wanted to chase him away. However, Director Song was very respected by the later Qin emperor and Duge Xiu. Therefore, she could only hate him in her heart. In today's Azalea banquet, Qin Ho wanted to teach Dong Huangxing a lesson. If she became the judge, she would naturally be able to do something during the competition. However, once Director Song came, she had no other choice but to step aside resentfully. Once Director Song came, the matter of being the judge naturally fell on him. "Everyone, since His Majesty has appointed me as the judge of this competition, I will be bold and change the rules of the archery competition." Director Song changed the rules of archery. All the family members of the civil and military officials who were below the age of 30 and above the age of 14 were required to participate in the archery competition this time. The winner and loser would be determined by shooting 5 arrows. Whoever could shoot the highest number of arrows would be considered the winner. According to the rules of the past, the competition would start from the person with the lowest rank. Those who were qualified to participate in the Azalea banquet, from the rank 3 military officials to the princes and imperial concubines, were qualified to participate in the Azalea banquet. Including the future crown prince consort Yun Sheng, there were a total of 30 female guests. Each person would shoot 5 arrows, which meant that there would be 150 arrows. Every single arrow had been specially treated. At the end of each arrow, there was a copper coin tied to it. On the copper coin, there were numbers 1 to 30 written on it. However, right before the competition started, Director Song opened his mouth once again. Right now, every female guest has been given 5 arrows with different numbers. This competition will only record the final result. The winner and loser will only be determined after the last person shoots all the arrows. During this period of time, the arrows that each person shoots will not be pulled out. The person who shoots later will be able to shoot down the arrow shot by the person who shot earlier. If the arrow is shot down, the previous person's result will not be counted. This was the first time Director Song had heard of such archery rules. However, this greatly increased the excitement of the archery competition. Yunsheng was given the arrow with the number 1 at the end. According to the order, she was placed last. The first person to come up was the wife of a rank 3 military official. She received the arrow from the imperial bodyguard at the side and shot it 5 times. 5 arrows were shot in one go and landed in the 7, 8, 9 circle. As expected of the wife of a military official, her archery skills were quite good. However, even so, the military official couple's expressions were still very nervous. According to Director Song's rules, no one would know the result of this competition until the last arrow was shot. The target was very big and could easily hold 200 to 300 arrows. However, the space was limited. If one did not take the arrow, the chances of hitting the target or the arrow being shot down would greatly increase. The remaining people shot 14 to 15 people. Apart from one person whose archery skills were slightly inferior, most of their arrows landed in the 7 or 7 circle. During this time, there were 2 people whose arrows were shot down. It seems that later Qin women are indeed not inferior to men. With such archery skills, even if they were to go into battle, it would be more than enough. Du Guxiu stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. I hope that the people behind are also like this. The Green Empress said as she glanced at Yunsheng. The family guessing competition's plot is very lively. Someone even guessed correctly. Don't be so clever. In any case, you should at least leave some food for Defu. Also, thank you for everyone's tips, subscriptions, and tickets. Chapter 888. Yunsheng, on the other hand, looked calm. She continued eating and drinking, as if this competition had nothing to do with her. Next, young Madame Qing. Young Madame Qing was the 10th from the bottom, ahead of the Crown Prince's concubines and the Crown Prince's concubines. Young Madame Qing stepped forward. 20 people had stepped forward in succession. The originally empty target was now densely packed with nearly 100 arrows. The difficulty of archery had greatly increased. Young Madame Qing was not good at archery. At this moment, she was a little nervous. Her first arrow happened to hit the arrow of the first general's wife. However, her arm was not strong enough, so the arrow was blocked and fell to the ground. Out of the 5 arrows, 1 had missed. Young Madame Qing's face turned pale, and her hands began to tremble. Her performance was not very good. She shot 4 arrows in a row, but all of them landed on the 6th or 7th ring. When young Madame Qing stepped down, her face turned green. Among all the contestants, her performance was the worst. If this went on, after a few more rounds, it was Li Huoli's turn. Li Huoli looked weak and slender, as if she could not even lift the bow. She stepped forward, and a trace of wisdom flashed across her eyes. She pulled the bowstring, and a stream of magic power was injected into the bow. Whoosh! The arrow was released from the bowstring. The arrow hit the bullseye. Good job, the 10th ring. Concubinely, good shot. Li Huoli looked complacent. She then shot 4 more arrows, and all of them landed on the 9th ring. In this way, Li Huoli suddenly became the most outstanding archer among all the contestants. When Li Huali stepped down, she glanced at the people from the Crown Prince's mansion. The complacency in her eyes was obvious. Next, it should be this servant's turn. Madame Chi Bai smiled and casually picked up her bow. She raised her bow and shot an arrow. Only a bang sound was heard. Her fingers moved at an amazing speed. In an instant, the 5 arrows turned into a straight line and hit the center of the arrow. The 5 arrows all hit the bullseye of the 10th ring. Good. It seems that your Crown Prince mansion is also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Madame Chi Bai is capable of going out into the hall and onto the battlefield. You're lucky to have her. Later Qin Emperor Duguxing praised. It was rare for a woman to have archery skills like Madame Chi Bai. Thank you for your praise, Royal Father. Duguxiu nodded in satisfaction. With the Dugu father and son's praise, Qing Ho and Qing Chang were both displeased. Qing Chang has embarrassed herself. Secondary consort Qing walked forward and took the bow from Madame Chi Bai's hands. Qing Chang raised her bow and shot 5 arrows consecutively. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they all hit the bullseye. When it came to the last arrow, Qing Chang's eyes darkened. She sent a hidden force into the arrow and the bow. With a boom, Qing Chang's last arrow collided with Madame Chi Bai's arrow. The 2 arrows collided and Madame Chi Bai's arrow was immediately split into 2. Good, Chang, good archery. Qing Ho stood up and applauded Qing Chang's archery skills. Similarly, all 5 arrows hit the bullseye. The Qing family's fierce daughter. Secondary consort Qing's archery skills are on par with Madame Chi Bai's, Duguxing also praised. Madame Chi Bai's expression was not good. Everyone could see that Qing Chang had deliberately shot her arrow. The last one should be Princess Dong Huang. Qing Chang was pleased with herself. She turned and handed the bow to Yunxing. The onlookers thought to themselves, with Madame Chi Bai and Qing Chang in front, Princess Dong Huang will be under a lot of pressure. Yunxing took the arrow and frowned. I'm so sorry, Princess. I used too much strength just now and the bow cracked. Qing Chang pretended to go forward to take a look. It turned out that her last arrow had broken a hole in the bow. Men, get a new bow. Duguxiu glanced at Qing Chang with displeasure. No need, I have my own bow and arrows. Yunxing smiled and untied something from her waist. It was a palm-sized bow carved out of jade. If one did not pay attention, it would be easy to mistake it for a jade pendant. Yunxing's divine sense moved slightly, and the bow that looked like a jade pendant automatically enlarged until it was a size suitable for Yunxing. The Rui bow. Qing Chang saw the bow and jumped up without caring about his broken arm, pointing at Yunxing's bow. Qing Chang's eyes were red with anger as she stared at the bow in Yunxing's hand. When Yunxing entered the palace earlier, she carried the Rui bow with her like a hanging ornament. Not many people noticed it. Yunxing shrugged. She did not believe that Qing Chang, her sister, would dare to snatch the bow. Qing Chang stared at the Rui bow, feeling as if ants were gnawing at her heart. She really did not dare to snatch the bow in front of so many people. But why would this bow appear on Dong Huangxing? Qing Meng saw this and quickly pulled Qing Chang to the side. Chang, calm down. Why do you have to care about a bow? This woman might not even be able to live past today. The whole later Qin is yours. When the time comes, you can have whatever you want Moyin to make for you. Qing Qiong could only suppress her anger. What her big brother said was right. So what if Dong Huangxing had a good bow? The target right now was filled with arrows. She didn't believe that Dong Huangxing, that idiot, would be able to get a good result. If she wasn't careful, she might end up as fertilizer for the flowers later. Everyone looked as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Yunxing picked up the bow calmly. In her black eyes, a hint of golden light flashed past unnoticeably. The entire target was clearly enlarged in her mind. A hint of a smile appeared on her face. Yunxing's fingertips shook. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 arrows were shot at the target in a disorderly manner. Pfft, it's actually 4 one-ring arrows. Someone laughed softly. Duguxiu's mouth twitched. Look, he did not expect Yunxing's archery skills to be so bad. Of course, the 4 arrows that Yunxing shot out actually hit the outermost red line of the target accurately. They were thousands of miles away from the center of the target. 4 one-ring arrows. Even young Madame Qing, who missed an arrow earlier, had better archery skills than Yunxing. Duguxiu's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand. He looked at Director Song, who was not far away. Director Song looked at him and nodded his head. Duguxiu then heaved a sigh of relief and put down the wine cup in his hand. The master and disciple communicated secretly, and the bystanders did not notice it. No matter what, Duguxiu's woman was not allowed to be mocked by others. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Princess Donghuang, waiting for her to shoot the last arrow. Even though this arrow was no longer of any importance to him. Pfft, Qing Chang laughed at the side. Director Song, I think Princess Donghuang is tired from the journey. I'm afraid she hasn't recovered yet. Why don't I shoot the last arrow for her? Chapter 889. Qing Chang was secretly pleased with herself. Trash will always be trash. Earlier on, I thought that this woman had some brains. But now, from the looks of it, she is still an idiot. So what if she has the Rui Bao? His archery skills were terrible. Even if he had a golden saddle, what could a crippled horse do? Dong Guangxing had already missed 4 arrows. So what if Qing Chang managed to hit the bullseye with her last arrow? I just don't know how Dong Guangxing is going to deal with her if she really gets the last arrow. Could it be that she is going to kill the princess of Donghuang country? Thank you for your kind intentions, concubine Qing. However, if I miss this arrow, wouldn't concubine Qing be the one to bear the punishment for me? Yunxing turned around and smiled. However, there wasn't a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Qing Chang snorted, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Let's see how you are going to deal with this later. Yunxing wasn't in a hurry. She took out another arrow, knocked the arrow, and shot it out. At the side of the target, Director Song's sleeves were already ready to shoot. The instant the arrow pierced through the air, Director Song, who had been watching from the side, frowned. It was as if he had sensed something. He loosened his grip, and the qi that he had been gathering was also retracted back. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The instant Yunxing's arrow pierced through the target that was half a meter tall suddenly shook. It was as if it was hit by a punch. The more than 100 arrows that had been shot at the target earlier jumped and fell to the ground. On the target, there was only Yunxing's arrow left. It was especially eye-catching. That arrow hit the bullseye. It was the bullseye. Everyone, other than Duguxiu, had a stunned expression on their faces. I have finished shooting the 5 arrows. Director Song, please announce the result of the competition. Yunxing blinked her eyes at Director Song. She didn't miss the surprise in Director Song's eyes. The others might not have sensed it, but Director Song was very close to the target. When Yunxing shot the last arrow, he clearly saw that when the arrow hit the target, the other 4 arrows that were originally stuck on the target exploded. The arrows fell to the ground. No one noticed that the 4 arrows that Princess Donghuang shot earlier had already exploded into dust. It was also because of the strange power contained in those 4 arrows that caused the other arrows to fall to the ground. Earlier on, Dong Wangxing was like a child. She had randomly shot 4 arrows at the 4 corners of the target. These 4 corners subtly included all the arrows on the target. Was it intentional, or was it Princess Dong Wangxing she had already prepared? Director Song remained calm on the surface, but his heart was raging like a raging storm. What kind of power was it that could be stored in the body of an arrow and explode at a fixed time? Qi. Magic power. None of them. Didn't they say that this princess from the Donghuang dynasty was a good-for-nothing? Or was it that she was hiding some terrifying technique? No one would have guessed that what Yunxing used just now was the power of the Yen family's soul-healing godly needle. Yunxing didn't have any magic power now, but she still had the technique that was passed down in her family. At the moment when she shot the arrow, she had already hidden the power of the dark needle in the arrow. The purpose of the last arrow was to activate the power of the dark needle in the previous 4 arrows, causing the other arrows to fall to the ground. However, compared to guessing what technique Princess Donghuang used, there was an even more troublesome matter that Director Song had to worry about. That was, how exactly should this competition be judged? On the entire target, there was only 1 arrow. Logically speaking, it seemed that everyone's score was 0 points, and only Princess Donghuang's score was 10 points. Dong Wangxing, what is this? The competition is over, and you caused everyone's arrows to fall to the ground. How is Director Song going to judge the result? Qing Chang was the first to lose her cool. Earlier on, Director Song had requested that the arrows not be pulled out, and everyone's scores had yet to be recorded. His original intention was to increase the difficulty of the competition so that the final result would be clear. However, who knew that in the end, there was only 1 arrow left? Qing Chang was unconvinced, very unconvinced. In this competition, she was supposed to be the winner, but because of Dong Wangxing's interference, everything changed. Although she also found it inconceivable that Dong Wangxing, this good-for-nothing, was able to cause all their arrows to fall to the ground. Was it a coincidence, or was it her meticulous plan? However, other than the Rui Bao, everyone used the same arrows, and the target was also the same. The Rui Bao had also been checked by Director Song earlier on, and there was nothing wrong with it. Secondary consort Qing, it's not up to you to decide whether you can judge or not. Director Song is the judge, and the final result is naturally up to him. Yunxing smiled and looked at Director Song. Princess Donghuang is right, I have already come to a conclusion. According to the rules before the competition, the winner of this competition is Princess Donghuang, as for the last place. Director Song's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally landed on young Mistress Qing. The last place is young Mistress Qing. Everyone's arrows were all off target, and there shouldn't be a winner. However, considering that everyone's arrows were off target during the competition, only young Mistress Qing's arrow was off target during the competition. Therefore, young Mistress Qing lost this competition. As soon as Director Song finished speaking, young Mistress Qing was so frightened that she fell to the ground with a plop. This is not fair, my score is obviously higher than Princess Donghuang. Young Mistress Qing's face was pale. Does anyone else have any objections to this result? Director Song looked around. Director Song spoke, and the result was obvious. At this moment, no one dared to have any objections. The later Qin emperors, Duguxing and Duguxiu, were equally indifferent. Qing Meng and Qing Chang's faces were also pale, and they looked at Qing Empress pleadingly. Young Mistress Qing was from the Qing mansion, and today's competition was personally proposed by Qing Empress. She originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Dong Wangxing. Even if she couldn't get rid of Dong Wangxing, she would at least make her lose face. However, in the end, young Mistress Qing became the scapegoat. If Qing Empress didn't do anything about it, she would lose face in the future. Your Majesty. Qing Empress just opened her mouth. Later Qing Emperor Duguxing also had a headache. How could he not see that today's competition was Qing Empress's way of showing her power to her future daughter-in-law, Princess Donghuang? He didn't interfere earlier because he wanted to test Princess Donghuang and see if she could handle it. He was very satisfied with Dong Huangxing's performance. Empress, the winner has been decided. I can't change the rules of the Azalea banquet without permission. The winner today is Princess Donghuang, so young Mistress Qing's life and death will be decided by Princess Donghuang. Duguxing rubbed his temples. Qing Empress gritted her teeth and cursed Duguxing in her heart. This bastard wants me to beg Dong Huangxing. Qing Empress said reluctantly, Princess, for my sake, can you let young Mistress Qing go this time? You should know that in terms of seniority, she is your future cousin-in-law. Chapter 890. Cousin-in-law. Yunxing spat twice in her heart. Who wants to be her? I would rather have a godlike enemy than a pig-like relative. This group of later Qin women, saying that women are not inferior to men, each and every one of them can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, like an invincible archer. None of them really understood the purpose of Director Song's rule. Although it was a competition of archery, it was actually a competition of brains. This Qing Empress was even funnier. Since the beginning of the Azalea banquet, she had been opposing her, but now she used the title of cousin-in-law. If she really gave in, she would not be Yunxing. Empress, I only have one question. If the person who lost today was me, would anyone still plead for me? Others bullied and humiliated me. If I endured it, who would put Dong Huangxing in my eyes in the future? Since I am the princess of Donghuang, I represent the Donghuang dynasty. In the Donghuang dynasty, if you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Yunxing's eyes were slightly cold, but her words had already determined the life and death of young Madame Qing. At this moment, this plain-clothed woman was no longer as indifferent as before. Her jade-like face was clear and beautiful, like an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharp edge. How could she be so domineering? Later Qin ministers, even Duguxing and Qing Empress, could not help but slightly change their expression. Her words were clear enough, sparing young Madame Qing was tantamount to insulting the Donghuang dynasty. The Donghuang dynasty had declined, but it was the only legitimate imperial family on the continent. Weighing the pros and cons, later Qin Emperor Duguxing waved his hand, and two guards pulled young Madame Qing up. Husband, save me, sister-in-law, save me, Empress, young Madame Qing's shrill cry echoed in the Taiyang Palace. No one in the Qing mansion dared to speak, and could only watch young Madame Qing's voice go further and further away until it completely disappeared. I'm not feeling well, I'll take my leave first. Qing Empress pulled a long face, got up in disappointment, and left the banquet early with the excuse that she was not feeling well. Qing Meng looked like he had lost his soul. Qing Chang's eyes were red. Only Duguxiu seemed to be in a good mood. In today's competition, those people who looked down on Dong Huangxing earlier were all scared witless. After the Azalea banquet ended, Duguxiu stayed behind to discuss some important matters with Director Song. Yunxing and the others took the carriage back to the Crown Prince residence. Inside the Taiyang Palace, the azaleas bloomed dazzlingly. In that medicinal field, there was another patch of bright red fertile soil. Thank you so much for your help just now, Master, Duguxing said respectfully to Director Song. Duguxing had already made arrangements for today's azalea banquet. He knew that since Qing Meng's right hand was crippled by him, his mother would definitely seek revenge for Qing Mansion. He was the one who injured her, but Imperial Mother would definitely put the blame on Yunxing. Therefore, he had already asked his master, Director Song, to step in so that he could help Yunxing at the crucial moment. Director Song was also a little surprised at first. Duge Xiu had been learning martial arts from him for many years, but he had never asked him for help. Only this time, he asked for help because of a woman. As his master, he naturally couldn't reject him. However, on the other hand, he was also very curious about what kind of woman could make Duge Xiu fall in love with her. When Director Song first saw Dong Wangxing, he only had an impression of her appearance. However, that was only her appearance. Her beauty was only for a moment. However, the conversation that followed made Director Song realize that Dong Wangxing was different from others. This princess from the eastern capital was not only brave, but she also said some shocking things from time to time. In the Azalea banquet, Dong Wangxing's amazing arrow shocked Director Song even more. Xiu, you thanked the wrong person this time. I originally wanted to help Princess Dong Huang in this archery competition, but in the end, the princess's arrow had nothing to do with me. A rare smile appeared on Director Song's usually expressionless face. Only in front of his most valued disciple would he reveal such an expression. Master, you weren't the one who helped me with the last arrow. From Director Song's appearance in the herb field to his appearance in the middle of the competition, as well as him volunteering to be the judge, Duge Xiu had already discussed all of these with Director Song. He even told Director Song that he would use his battle energy to help Yunxing turn the tables at the last moment. Xiu, I have watched you grow up, and I know you even better than your parents. Let me ask you, how much do you know about this Dong Wangxing? Director Song looked at Duge Xiu. Duge Xiu hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, I don't dare to hide anything from you. She is not Princess Dong Huang, she is the granddaughter of Yun Ba from Zhou State's Yun residence, Yunxing. What? Xiu, you are muddle-headed. Do you know how big of a commotion Yunxing has caused in the continent recently? When Director Song heard Yunxing's name, his gaze changed, as if he had seen a scourge. Recently, in the Wuji continent, the most earth-shattering matter was none other than the internal strife in Zhou State. Zhou State's Baiming Wang rebelled and forced the Emperor of Zhou State, Yi Qingtian, to abdicate. Using the country as a betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yunxing. In the continent, Yunxing had long been viewed as a femme fatale, a foxy woman who would cause chaos in the imperial court. However, ever since she was divorced before marriage, Yunxing never appeared in the continent again. However, how would Director Song know that this femme fatale Yunxing, who was the subject of much discussion in the continent, was actually hiding in the Crown Prince's residence in Later Qin? This act of hiding a mistress in a golden house really caught Director Song off guard. Master, I like her. 5 years ago, I already liked her. I have placed yearning for her in my dreams. She will never leave me in this lifetime. Besides, her magic power has already been trapped by my Qilin battle aura. It's impossible for Yi Baiming to know that she's in Ho Qin. Duge Xiu also knew about this matter. What he did was against common sense, but he still did it. Moreover, he didn't regret it at all. You actually placed yearning for her in my dreams. You are too muddle-headed. So she was Yunxing. No wonder her archery skills were so tricky and strange. Follow me. Director Song sighed. He had been young before, so how could he not know that the word love was the most misleading? Director Song brought Duge Xiu to the archery target that was used in the previous competition. As soon as the competition ended, Director Song ordered someone to bring down the target. No outsiders were allowed to look at it. Director Song exerted force with his 10 fingers and the thick beast skin on the target was torn apart. This is What made Dugashio shocked was that the inside of the thick and heavy target was already very loose. With just a pinch, the target would break apart. Even I, as your master, am unable to tell what technique Yunxing used. However, the strength of Yunxing's arrow was so great that it broke the entire target. However, she was able to make the target look as if nothing had happened. His control over his strength was exquisite beyond compare. If her ability to control magic has also reached such a realm, then Dong Wangxing could be said to be the #1 person in the boundless continent in the past few thousand years when it came to magic, Director Song said in a deep voice. Warning, the foxy man is about to make his appearance. Chapter 891. There were many mages and warriors in the boundless continent. Most people would think that the higher one's magic realm or martial realm was because they possessed more magic power. But in reality, that wasn't the case. The Bakra orcs had discovered a secret earlier than the humans. The true strength of magicians and warriors lies in the degree to which they can use magic power and fighting aura. Even if they were both magic realm and martial realm experts, if they could use magic power better, it meant that they could fight to the last moment. Curator Song had good eyesight. He was the senior brother of the Black Chelan tribe's leader, He Yao, and also came from the beast god altar. He had fought countless bloody battles in his life. Even though he had only met Yunxing once, he could acutely sense that Yunxing had potential that others couldn't compare to. Even Yunxing herself didn't realize this. Curator Song had hidden in the boundless continent for many years. On one hand, he wanted to nurture Dugashio. On the other hand, he wanted to secretly observe the situation in the boundless continent. All these years, Curator Song had been secretly paying attention to the experts in the boundless continent. In his opinion, the boundless world had indeed produced some extraordinary talents in the past few years, but there was nothing special about them and they were very limited. In terms of magic, even Xia Wenqiu from the Temple of Dharma and Lu Tongtian from the mainland's magic elite camp would be able to defeat these people without the restriction of the heavenly blood seal as long as the younger generation of the tribe completed the beast god's baptism. In terms of magic, the 8 Desolation tribe had Green, Z, and the others. In terms of warriors, the Black Chelan tribe was the leader. But in these few years, the continent had changed. In terms of warriors, the old and new martial emperors, Yun Ba and Yi Baiming, had appeared out of nowhere. Yi Baiming was still alright. He had the Chelan bloodline and was favored by He Linlin. He would return to the 8 Desolation tribes sooner or later. But at this moment, Yunxing appeared. Her appearance caused Yi Baiming to reject He Linlin. If Yi Baiming insisted on his opinion, he would definitely break off relations with the Black Chelan tribe. At that time, the 8 Desolation tribe would have another great enemy. Furthermore, judging from the situation at the Azalea banquet today, Yunsheng was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. If she did not make a sound, she would be like a noble princess. But once she was angered, she would be like a dangerous cheetah, ready to tear apart her opponent's throat and suck their blood. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Her magic has been controlled by this disciple's Chelan Do Chi. She will submit to this disciple and this disciple will not let her obstruct Master and Patriarch's grand plan. This was the first time Dugashio had heard his master use such a tone to evaluate someone. He had also caught the killing intent that had flashed through Curator Song's eyes. Subconsciously, Dugashio wanted to protect Yunsheng. Then you should be even more cautious. Xiao, let me give you a word of advice. This person called Dong Wangxing, either you let her be under your control forever or you destroy her as soon as possible. Otherwise, one day, she will become your greatest inner demon. Don't let down Patriarch's expectations of you. Curator Song patted Dugashio's shoulder. Master, please don't worry. Right now, this disciple is more worried about Zhou's state. Recently, Zhou's state seems to be too peaceful. Duga Xiu had only found out from He Linlin that Yi Baiming was actually He Yao's flesh and blood. However, unlike him, Yi Baiming's experience was even more bumpy than his. He lived in the cold palace and had been blind since young. However, even in such an environment, Yi Baiming was still able to grow to such a level. It could be said that Yi Baiming was even more unfathomable than Duga Xiu. I'm afraid things are not going well for Zhou's state. Yi Baiming is much more difficult to deal with than you and I thought. Linlin just sent this letter over this morning. Curator Song handed a letter to Duga Xiu. After Duga Xiu finished reading the letter, his face turned gloomy. He suddenly tightened his grip, and the letter cracked into pieces. Yi Baiming was indeed making a move. A few days ago, when Yunxing first entered the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince's residence experienced a conflict between women. This conflict ended with Yunxing's complete victory. At this moment, Zhou's state was experiencing a rebellion that would change the face of the boundless world in the future. The process of this rebellion was beyond everyone's expectations. With the country as the betrothal gift, he swore to marry Yunxing. Yi Baiming, that rebellious and unfilial son, actually dared to spout such arrogant words. Men immediately ordered people to capture Yi Baiming. When the emperor of Zhou's state heard those words, he was so angry that he nearly fell off his dragon throne. That night, he ordered the entire palace to be under martial law and ordered the Marquis of Jiyuan to lead a group of soldiers to search for Yi Baiming's whereabouts. However, in just one night, Yi Baiming, Qingbai, Bu Zhouxiao, and the rest also disappeared. Along with them, hundreds of warriors from Wushuan Limitless School and the Imperial Guards from Zhou's state's palace also disappeared. Along with them, hundreds of millions of purple gold coins from Zhou's state's treasury also disappeared. On the second day, all the shops in Yujing City, including the rice and sundry shops, were closed. Faced with this sudden change, the citizens of Yujing City fell into a state of panic. What exactly is going on? The emperor of Zhou's state roared in the imperial court. After learning that Yi Baiming was going to betray him, the emperor of Zhou's state anxiously went to court. He realized that the imperial court was much emptier than usual. When he took a closer look, he saw that the people left behind were all civil officials. Aside from the Marquis of Jiyuan, the other military officials of Zhou's state seemed to have evaporated overnight. The civil officials who usually liked to argue didn't dare to say anything at this moment. The old officials, led by Chen Gu, only shrunk their necks. No one knew how to answer. Chen Gu shook his head inwardly and sighed. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Yun Ba, that old fellow's influence among the military officials was far greater than what the emperor of Zhou's state had imagined. 50% of the generals of Zhou's state were Yun Ba's former subordinates, while the other 40% were from Wushuan Limitless School. This time, the emperor of Zhou's state had stubbornly insisted on forcing Lord Baiming to break off the marriage. How could he have known that he had angered both Lord Baiming and that old fellow Yun Ba at the same time? Those military officials had either retired and returned to their hometowns or stayed at home sick. With the loss of the military officials, half of Zhou's state's border defense was undoubtedly destroyed. Needless to say, the current Yujing City was also in a mess. Your Majesty, the prices of Yujing City have skyrocketed. The supply of food, oil, salt, and clothing has all been cut off. It seems like someone has joined forces with the Limitless Chamber of Commerce to collectively boycott the supply of Yujing City. The official from the Ministry of Revenue wiped off his cold sweat. Cut off the supply. Then why aren't you investigating? Investigate from house to house. We don't believe that the entire Yujing City's food, oil, and salt can disappear overnight. Ever since the emperor of Zhou's state, Yi Qingtian, ascended the throne, he had never encountered such a situation. It was all because of that vile spawn, Yi Baiming. Chapter 892. Zhou State's emperor was like a trapped beast at death's door, glaring angrily at the officials in the imperial court. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to reply. The Marquis of Jiayuan walked out trembling in fear. Reporting to your majesty, this subject has already brought soldiers to the sundry goods and rice shops to investigate, and discovered that the people and things in these shops have all been emptied. Trash, all of you are trash. I don't believe that after offending the Yun Manor, my Zhou State's imperial court has no one. Since there are no soldiers, then immediately give the order to entrust the hunters to transport resources from other cities into the city. Zhou State's emperor's eyes turned red with anger. Who knew that the Marquis of Jiayuan's next words would cause Zhou State's emperor to choke on his breath, almost unable to come up? Yujing City's Hunters Guild has already issued an announcement, saying that all missions related to the imperial family will not be accepted. I'm afraid that Yun Songlang is interfering. The Marquis of Jiayuan's sweat continuously flowed down. Not only that, the medical halls in the city have also been cut off from the supply of medicinal herbs. I'm afraid that Yun Manor is also interfering. The doctor of the imperial hospital stepped forward, his head also covered in cold sweat. Currently, within Yujing City, the voices of the people were all filled with complaints, complaining that Zhou State's emperor was acting arbitrarily, forcing everyone in Yujing City to betray him. The rebellion of the Great Zhou dynasty was not a big deal, but the effect was fatal. All of this was what Yi Baiming, who was somewhere far away in Zhou State, had hoped for. Jade Fall Valley, the former headquarters of the Bloody Hand Trench. Outside the valley, poisonous purple smoke lingered, and within the valley, the setting sun was like blood. Ever since the Bloody Hand Trench was slaughtered, no one in Grand Emperor City cared about this valley. Within the valley, the scenery was as usual, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that both inside and outside the valley were densely packed with hidden sentries. Several mansions and single-story houses that had just been renovated stood under the setting sun. As they walked closer, they heard the shouts of martial artists training. Even though Wushuan Limitless School had encountered the most serious crisis in the hundreds of years since it was established, the school's daily morning, afternoon, and evening practice continued in an orderly manner. Other than the martial artists of Wushuan Limitless School, there were close to 1,000 Northern Underworld devil martial artists who were also hiding in Jade Fall Valley. The Emperor of Zhou State and He Linlin searched for Yi Baiming all over the continent, but they didn't know that as early as several years ago, Yi Baiming had found an excellent hiding place for himself. He didn't expect that the moment Yi Baiming appeared, everyone in the martial arts hall was waiting for him. Senior brother Yi, you defeated that witch He Linlin, so you are our new curator. Wherever you go, we will go. Lei Hu and the other inner sect martial practitioners said in unison. Senior brother Yi, the Emperor of Zhou State, intended to control the martial arts hall and humiliated senior sister Yun. Back then, it was because of senior sister Yun that the disciples of the outer hall could have their current cultivation. We are also willing to follow you. While Yi Baiming was moved, he decided to bring the martial practitioners of Wushuan Limitless School and use the magic array to leave the Jade Capital. It was also at that time that the martial practitioners of Wushuan Limitless School found out that the senior brother Yi they respected was actually a powerful magician. From drawing the magic array to using the Limitless Trade Union's power to the crisis in the Jade Capital, Yi Baiming did everything step by step in an orderly manner. In the eyes of the outside world, Zhou State's North Nether King's rebellion this time was all bark and no bite. There were no rebellions in the various places, nor were there any military uprisings. This made the other countries that wanted to take advantage of the situation a little depressed. Qingbai and the rest were also a little confused. With Yi Baiming's strength, it was more than enough for him to kill his way to the Jade Capital. However, Yi Baiming chose a very gentle method to start this rebellion. Because of this, Yi Baiming's reply was, if it was a little wild cat, she would also be happy to see a prosperous and strong Zhou state instead of a Zhou state riddled with holes. Using the country as a betrothal gift, not a tattered one. Yi Baiming had been Yi Qingtian's son for more than 10 years and understood him the best. Behind Yi Qingtian, there were only two great helpers. Back then, Yi Qingtian was able to become the emperor of Zhou state because of the Black Qilin clan and the Hunters Guild. Because of Yun Songlong, the Hunters Guild had already become strangers with Yi Qingtian. As for the Black Qilin clan, if they were to fight with martial strength, the warriors of the Black Qilin clan who were hidden in the army might be able to fight with his devil martial practitioners. However, if he were to strangle the Zhou state's emperor economically and force the citizens to revolt, Yi Qingtian and the Black Qilin clan would be helpless. Things were just as Yi Baiming had predicted. In just a few days, the Jade capital fell into chaos. What he was waiting for now was the most fatal blow. This scroll is a love scroll. If we want to drop pink, it will come like a tornado. On Monday, everyone still has all kinds of tickets. Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 893. Zhou's state situation was good, but Yi Baiming wasn't relaxed. He was feeling uneasy these days. Ever since he separated from the little wild cat, he hadn't been able to contact her. He had already ordered someone to send a message to the continent's elite magic camp, but there was no news from them. As Yunxing had been keeping the whereabouts of Gufeng and Dong Huangling a secret, even Yi Baiming didn't know where Yunxing had gone. There was also no news from Taiyuan Mountain. Master, you should rest. Leave the rest to Lord Qing and Lord Bu. Long Shui brought over a cup of hot tea. Including today, Yi Baiming hadn't slept for 5 days and 5 nights. He, Qing, and Bu had been discussing day and night how to mobilize their forces and contact Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to cut off the flow of goods and water routes in Zhou State. Yujing City had already become an isolated island. In a few days, there would definitely be a riot in Yujing City. Things were going smoothly, but Yi Baiming's hard work was obvious to all. Long Shui saw this and became anxious. Is there still no news from the people we sent to the continent's elite magic camp? Yi Baiming had been waiting for news from the continent's elite magic camp. Not yet. Long Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Master's heart had always been worried about that woman. No matter how considerate she was, Master didn't notice. The continent's elite magic camp indeed didn't have any news about Yunxing. If there's any news, immediately send a message. Yi Baiming was indeed tired. His handsome face revealed a trace of tiredness. Long Shui nodded and retreated. When she reached the door, a guard hurriedly came forward. Miss Long, there's an urgent letter from the continent's elite magic camp. Master just fell asleep, don't make a fuss. Long Shui stopped the guard and took the letter. She looked into the room and opened the letter. The letter was written by Yunxing's teacher, a dark gold-ranked teacher. Long Shui looked down, and a hint of joy appeared on her gorgeous face. She quickly reined in her joy. I'll accept the letter and hand it over to Master later. Master has a lot of things to do these few days, so don't disturb Master if you have nothing to do. After the guard left, Long Shui took another look at the letter. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect Yunxing to marry Du Guxiu. The letter was sent by the continent's magic elite camp. It was written by Yunxing's mentor, Dark Gold. The letter clearly stated that many days ago, Yunxing had been forcefully brought back to later Qin by Du Guxiu under the name of Dong Huangxing. She was to be married to Du Guxiu. The meaning of the dark gold-ranked teacher's words was for Yi Baiming to hurry back to the continent's magic elite camp and find a way to infiltrate later Qin to rescue Yunxing. Because of that, Yunxing, Master has a bad reputation as a traitor. But she's doing well. She became a princess and even hooked up with the crown prince of later Qin. Long Shui looked at the letter and thought of Yi Baiming's tired face. She would never hand this letter over to Master. Her master was born to rule the world and stand at the top of the world. She had served Master for so many years and watched him painstakingly manage things from a lowly prince who had lost his power to an all-powerful figure. That Yunxing didn't know the hardships involved. All these years, she was the one who had accompanied Master all the way. It was her, like a sister and a servant, like a lover. She had watched Master grow from a thin and weak youth to the current iron-blooded prince. Who does that Yunxing think she is? What right does she have to become Master's woman and stand at the top of the continent with Master? Master had finally broken ties with the Zhou state's emperor and started a rebellion. He was about to ascend to the throne of the Zhou state's emperor step by step. At such a crucial moment, how could Master destroy all of his hard-earned achievements for a woman? Although she was furious, Long Shui understood that once Master Yi Baiming saw this letter, he would definitely rush to Later Qin without caring about anything else. Later Qin was a place filled with tigers and wolves. Later Qin's crown prince, Duge Xiu, saw Master as a huge threat. Who could guarantee that Duge Xiu didn't deliberately capture Yunxing with the purpose of luring Master to Later Qin? No matter if it was Yunxing or Dong Huangxing, as long as she married Duge Xiu, what was done was done. At that time, Master would really belong to Long Shui. Thinking of this, Long Shui took another look at Yi Baiming's room and tore the letter into pieces. In the continent's magic elite camp, Gufeng anxiously waited for Yi Baiming's reply. A few days ago, Gufeng saw Yunxing and Dong Huangling being taken away by Duge Xiu. Knowing that he was powerless to save them, he rushed back to Jade Capital. Who would have thought that after he rushed to Jade Capital, he would find out that within a month, many changes had happened in Jade Capital. From North Nether King divorcing his fiancée to Yi Baiming's words of marrying a wife that shocked the entire continent. What was worse was that North Nether King's whereabouts were unknown. In his anxiety, Gufeng went to the Hunters Guild, Wushuan Limitless Mansion, and Xiantong. However, he didn't find any news of North Nether King or Yun residents. Gufeng was a blockhead. He didn't even think about the current situation. Without credible evidence, who would believe his words so easily? Gufeng, who was like a headless fly, had no choice but to return to the continent's magic elite camp and tell the dark gold-ranked teacher and abandon what had happened. Only then did Abandon and the dark gold-ranked teacher know that Yunxing had done such a daring thing behind their backs. Fortunately, the dark gold-ranked teacher was angry. She immediately contacted the warriors' elite camp and finally found out about Yi Baiming with the help of the Ghost Prison's Great Elder. The dark gold-ranked teacher personally wrote a letter and sent the news of Yunxing being trapped in the eastern capital to Jade Valley. However, after the letter was sent out for a few days, there was still no news. Dark gold-ranked teacher, it's already the third day. Why is there still no news from Jade Valley? I'm about to die from anxiety. If this goes on, Yunxing will be forced to marry Duge Xiu. Gufeng waited for a few days, but there was no news at all. He was very anxious. We can't wait any longer. Let's hurry to Later Qin and think of a way to save them. Abandon was also impatient. She is right. Since when have our magic elite camp's disciples ever needed the warrior elite camp's people to rescue them after being kidnapped? Aren't you afraid that your teeth will fall out if word gets out? Master Shi Huang laughed sinisterly at the side. That's right. Dark gold-ranked teacher, Yunxing and Ling are important members of the elite camp. As long as we tell this news to the elite camp, I believe the elders will agree to send people with us. After Blue heard the news, she also expressed her willingness to go to Later Qin to save Yunxing and Dong Huangling. This matter can only rely on the few of us. The elite camp won't help us. Shi Huang, have you forgotten that Director Song is still in later Qin? How could the dark gold-ranked teacher not want to save Yunxing and Dong Huangling? These two people were her disciples that she had painstakingly cultivated for several years. No one was more nervous than her. Hearing Director Song's name, Shi Huang shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Double monthly votes coming, begging for votes. Chapter 894. The main reason why later Qin was able to stand tall in the mainland for so many years and even surpass Zhou State to become the #1 country in martial arts was because of Director Song of the Big Dipper Martial Hall. Director Song's name, age, appearance, family background, and origin were unknown. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. He was very strong. When Big Dipper Martial Hall was rising, the two elders of the mainland's elite camp went to later Qin for a battle. They fought with Director Song and were defeated within 100 moves. When they were defeated, the two elders had declared that as long as Director Song was still alive, the elite camp and Ho Qin would not interfere with each other's business. Because of this, even when the mainland's elite camp was in the limelight, they still had to be polite to later Qin. What was worse was that Director Song was Duge Xiu's teacher. In order to save Yunxing and Dong Huangling, not only did they have to go through Duge Xiu, they also had to go through Director Song. This was also the reason why Duge Xiu was able to form an alliance with the elite camp during the last artifact search mission. Yunxing and Dong Huangling were very important. However, they weren't important enough for the two elders to disregard their old faces and go against the oath that they made back then. As for Yi Baiming, now that Zhou State was in danger, he might not be able to protect himself. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Qi stood up abruptly and walked out without saying a word. "Hey, poison brat, what are you doing?" Shi Huang was anxious. "I alone am enough to save Yunxing." When Abandon thought of how Yunxing had to face that cold-blooded and heartless guy, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. "Abandoned, I want to go too. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well." Goofing hurriedly chased after him. "I'll go too. If the elders don't want to save them, I'll save them." Blue also followed. "Come back. Who said we're not going to save him?" The dark gold-ranked instructor was furious at the three stubborn mules. Hee, you're right. We need to save him, but we need to discuss how to save him first. If the three of you go, all three of you will die. It won't even be enough to fill the gaps between Director Song's teeth. Come over and listen to me. Instructor Shi Huang stuck out his tongue. After some discussion, the dark gold-ranked instructor and the other three were suspicious. Goofing shivered. "Teacher Shi Huang, isn't this too despicable?" "Despicable? If you dare to speak one more time, believe it or not, I will immediately poison you to death. I don't care if you are Shi Guang's precious disciple or not." Shi Huang made a killing gesture. Goofing shuddered and quickly hid behind Abandon. "Right now, this is the only way. Listen up, there's no time to lose. We have to rush to later Qin immediately." After weighing the pros and cons, the dark gold grade teacher decided to follow teacher Shi Huang's instructions and try to rescue Yunxing and the others. Early in the morning, there was a lion's roar in the Taiyuan castle. "Sigh, what's wrong with the old general recently? Why is he shouting so early in the morning?" Inside the castle, Zhou Quan was confused. Ever since Zhou Qingchuan, the chairman of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, had come, the old general's temper had become much worse. Inside the Taiyuan castle, inside the former city lord's hall. "What? You said my precious granddaughter was kidnapped." Yunba's old face was red. "Father, don't be impatient. Let Zhang Lang explain the contents of the letter first. Yuan Shahua consoled him in a good-natured manner. When Yuan Shahua had just married into the Yun residence, Yun Ba had been indifferent to her because of Grand Emperor City. But in the past few years, Yuan Shahua had been assisting Yun Sanglang in handling the affairs of the Heavenly Hunting Corps. She had also raised a pair of beautiful and strong grandsons for the Yun residence. Yun Ba's attitude towards this daughter-in-law had improved. For the sake of his second daughter-in-law, Yun Ba snorted a few times. He snatched the letter from Yun Sanglang's hand and read it. This letter was sent from the mainland's magic elite camp. When the dark gold instructor received the news from Gu Feng, she was especially careful. On one hand, she inquired about Yi Baiming, on the other hand, she also sent a letter to the Sky Hunting Corps. When Yun Sanglang received the letter, he found out that Yun Xing had fallen into Du Guxiu's hands. This matter involved a lot of people, so Yun Sanglang didn't dare to make a rash judgment. He was worried that Yun Ba would be reckless, so before he rushed to Taiyuan Mountain, he had specially sent people to Later Qin to gather information. However, Later Qin wasn't like the other countries on the mainland. Later Qin's Hunters Guild had been suppressed by the Big Dipper Martial Hall in the early years. Especially in the Fengdu region, it was difficult to obtain information. But there was one thing that was certain. A few days ago, Later Qin's Du Guxiu had indeed married the princess of the East Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, it was said that this princess was from the common folk. The princess's name was unknown, and her appearance had never been revealed. But looking at the timing, it did coincide with Yun Xing's departure from the mainland's magic elite camp. Furthermore, Yun Sanglang had also found out that because of their birth characters, the marriage between Princess Donghua and Later Qin's crown prince was set to be held in 2 months. During this period, Princess Donghua was temporarily staying in the crown prince's residence. After confirming this information, Yun Sanglang brought Yuan Shahua and rushed to Taiyuan Mountain. Damn it, Later Qin son of a bitch. When he first came to Zhou State, I already found him an eyesore. I really should have killed him. The more Yun Ba thought about it, the angrier he became. Whenever he thought of Du Guxiu, his chest felt stuffy. Although Yun Ba was angry, he was still a veteran of the battlefield and had killed countless enemies. Although he cursed, he didn't immediately give the order to lead a group of people to attack Later Qin. Putting aside the fact that Du Guxiu was the crown prince of Later Qin, even if Taiyuan Mountain and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Troop joined forces, it would be difficult for them to attack Fengdu. Not to mention, Later Qin also had the strongest warrior on the mainland, Director Song, whose strength was rumored to have surpassed the Martial Grand Emperor level and was close to the Martial God level. Father, this matter is strange. With Xing'er's personality, she won't be controlled so easily. I'm afraid that Du Guxiu has something on her. After receiving the news, the first thing that came to Yun Sanglang's mind was that with Yun Xing's intelligence, she wouldn't have been forced into a marriage. That's right. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll think of a way to contact some of my old subordinates and create some trouble for Later Qin's borders. It would be best if we could lure Du Guxiu out and think of a way to capture him. Yun Ba thought of a plan. This Du Guxiu was really blind. How could he marry his own granddaughter just because he wanted to? Without a groom, he wanted to see how Later Qin would get married. Then I'll think of a way to sneak into Fengdu's imperial palace and rescue Xing'er. Yun Sanglang and Yuan Shahua exchanged glances. Although the latter was somewhat worried, she also felt that Yun Ba's plan was feasible. Yun Sheng was too important to the Yun residents. If not for the fact that Yuan Shahua still had to take care of the 2 children, she would also want to sneak into Yangdu to investigate. No, you won't be able to do it alone. You'll need to bring a helper. His opponent was Director Song, so Yun Ba had no choice but to think carefully. However, she had to admit that the only person on the boundless continent who could barely compete with Director Song was the North Nether King of Zhou State. Yun Canglong and Yuan Xiahua immediately left Taiyuan Mountain to inquire about Yi Baiming's whereabouts. Yun Ba stood alone on Taiyuan Mountain. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the boundless sea of clouds in the direction of Zhou State. He muttered, "Your Majesty, before you died, you entrusted the future of Zhou State to me. Now, I'm entrusting my granddaughter to your grandson. Your spirit in heaven must bless my Zhou State and our common descendant." After the Azalea banquet, Yunxing had a few days of comfort. The womenfolk of the Crown Prince's residence did not dare to cause trouble again. After all, young Mistress Qing was their lesson. De Guxiu also became busy. It was said that there were several riots at the borders of later Qin. This was not a common occurrence in later Qin. Yunsheng, the future crown princess, was able to enjoy peace and quiet because of this. She finally found an opportunity to look for Hu Xing. That day, after entering Tianya building, Yunsheng spent 100 gold coins to ask the shop owner to help Hu Xing find a hidden residence in the city. Usually, the shop owner would send food to Hu Xing. She never left the house. In addition, Qing Meng had just been defeated. Therefore, no one in the city was looking for Hu Xing. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger found an opportunity to sneak out of the Crown Prince's residence and look for Hu Xing while De Guxiu went to discuss government affairs. That day, after seeing Yunxing's appearance, Hu Xing's expression was one of astonishment. However, on that day, as they were busy avoiding Qing Meng, the two of them did not have the chance to talk. "Thank you, benefactor." When Hu Xing saw Yunxing, he quickly went up to her and expressed his gratitude. Looking at Hu Xing, Yunxing felt as if she was looking into a mirror. Especially when this woman looked so delicate and pitiful, Yunxing felt very uncomfortable. "You're welcome. Miss, I want to ask you, do you know a woman called Hu Jiuxing?" Yunxing roughly knew Hu Xing's background. Right now, what she wanted to confirm the most was whether or not Hu Jiuxing was related to Hu Xing. "I don't know her." Hu Xing was very timid and replied with a bit of reverence in her pitch-black eyes. Although she looked exactly the same as Yunxing, the woman in front of her was very powerful. That day, when she came out from Big Dipper Martial Dojo, there were quite a few frightening burly men following behind her. However, this woman, without even lifting a finger, took care of those people. "Then, how did you come here? Do you have any way to go back?" Looking at Hu Xing's appearance, Yunxing knew that Hu Xing didn't know anything. "I don't know. I also don't know how I came here. I only remember that on that day, Cousin Linglong asked me to go to the Beast God altar to pray for the tribe. Not long after we started praying at the Beast God altar, I fainted." Hu Xing replied in a low voice. "Linglong? You're talking about Hu Linglong? She's your cousin." Yunxing was now 100% sure of Hu Xing's identity. She was the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. She was really guarding against thieves, burglaries, and little bitches. Hu Linglong was really a little bitch in name. The dignified saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe was secretly transported to the Boundless Continent and almost sold to Qing Meng as his 109th concubine. If there wasn't a collaboration between the inside and the outside, this matter would definitely not have succeeded. Her useless cousin saintess who didn't know anything went missing. Hu Linglong could replace her and become the new Celestial Fox saintess. Not only that, that so-called Beast God altar should also be involved in this matter. If the Celestial Fox people saintess was discovered to have been violated by the human race, it would be the best excuse for the Eight Desolates tribe to attack the Boundless Continent. After thinking up to this point, Yunxing understood that she had to send Hu Xing back to the Eight Desolates continent as soon as possible. Hu Xing had the body of a celestial fox. She didn't know magic or do qi, so it wouldn't be good for her to stay in the boundless continent for too long. Moreover, her identity was too sensitive. If other forces found out, it would probably lead to a huge commotion. At that time, it would be unavoidable that there would be another bloody storm. The boundless continent, which had just experienced a huge loss in the mission to find the divine weapon, couldn't withstand another invasion. I also don't know how to go back. Miss Yun, you are also a member of the Celestial Fox tribe. Why have I never seen you before? Hu Xing was usually timid and didn't speak much when she saw people. But when she saw Yun Xing, she inexplicably liked her. Chapter 896. The fate between people was very subtle. Yun Xing didn't like Hu Xing because she was too weak. She was like a delicate porcelain doll that could be smashed into pieces at any time. Such a weakling, let alone a place like the 8 wastelands where the beast race ran rampant, even in the boundless land, it would be very difficult for her to survive. The current Yun Xing couldn't even protect herself, let alone spend time and effort to protect such a woman. Therefore, Yun Xing only had one thought at the moment, and that was to send her away as soon as possible. However, Hu Xing liked Yun Xing very much. The reason why she liked Yun Xing was the opposite of Yun Xing. It was because Yun Xing was very strong. Yun Xing didn't have any magic power, but she was quick-witted and calm. She had too many things that Hu Xing yearned for but couldn't have in his lifetime. Facing Hu Xing's doubts about her identity, Yun Xing thought for a while and decided to tell him part of the truth. My mother is a member of the Celestial Fox tribe. It's just that she was no longer in the 8 wastelands many years ago. Yun Xing remembered that her father, Yun Sanghai, said that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was born in the beast blood cloud of the Dutian beast blood world. It wasn't strange that Hu Xing didn't know her. No, how did you know that I'm a member of the Celestial Fox tribe? Yun Xing had never told anyone. Even Dong Linger knew that she had the bloodline of Celestial Fox in her body. It was also because she wanted to ask about Hu Xing that Yun Xing sent Dong Linger away to buy some food. You have the smell of Celestial Fox blood crystal on your body. You should have entered the Celestial Fox tomb before. Although I couldn't learn magic since I was young, my senses are much sharper than ordinary people. Hu Xing said and suddenly walked forward. She was a little excited and suddenly grabbed Yun Xing's hand. Miss Yun, can you promise me one thing? I'm sorry, I can't send you back to the Ba Huang continent for the time being. Yun Xing wanted to pull her hand back. She wasn't familiar with Hu Xing. She saved Hu Xing because she wanted to find out more about her mother, Hu Jiuxing. No, I'm not begging you to send me back to the 8 Desolates continent. I just want to beg you to go to the 8 Desolates continent. If it's you, you will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the beast god and revive the Celestial Fox tribe. Hu Xing's voice became louder, completely different from her previous timid appearance. She gripped Yun Xing's hand tightly. At this moment, an unyielding force seemed to be bursting out of this delicate woman's 10 fingers. Her fingers were like 10 steel bars, causing Yun Xing's wrist to hurt. I don't understand what you mean. Moreover, I have no interest in the 8 Desolates continent, nor do I want to obtain the inheritance of the beast god. Yun Xing pried Hu Xing's fingers away. Hu Xing's small face was full of disappointment, but soon after, she thought of something. I know I'm being presumptuous, but as a member of the Celestial Fox people, if you see the current situation of the Celestial Fox people, you will definitely change your mind. The Celestial Fox people haven't received the Beast God's blessing for more than 1,000 years. The Celestial Fox people have nothing to do with me at all. Hu Xing, I think you've misunderstood. I saved you not because I'm some kind person, but because I don't want to see a woman who looks like me become someone else's plaything. Rather than place your hopes on others, it's better to rely on yourself. You're like this, and so are your people. Yunxing's cold words made Hu Xing's words sink bit by bit. Compared to Hu Xing, Yunxing's words, actions, and way of thinking were more similar to the human race. It's all my fault. If I wasn't useless and couldn't learn magic from birth, perhaps the celestial fox people would still have hope. Hu Xing was very depressed. To tell you the truth, I was once like you, a good-for-nothing who couldn't learn magic and couldn't learn martial arts. Yunxing looked at Hu Xing as if she was looking at herself when she was 6 years old. However, compared to Hu Xing, who placed his hopes on others, Yunxing would never beg others for help. You were once like me. But, you really don't want to follow me to the 8 Desolates continent? Even if I have a way to remove the yearning of souls on you. Hu Xing heard Yunxing's words and a trace of shrewdness flashed across his eyes. You can see that I'm under the yearning of souls on me. Hu Xing, do you know magic or Do energy? Yunxing couldn't help but be wary. Hu Xing wasn't as simple as she seemed. Yun Xing, please allow me to call you by your name. I don't mean any harm, don't misunderstand. I really don't know any magic. It's just that the beast deity took pity on me and gave me a special ability. I can see many things that ordinary people can't. For example, you've fused with the celestial fox blood crystal, and you're under the yearning of souls of the Boss Serpent clan. Hu Xing revealed a rare confident smile. However, her smile disappeared immediately. Even if she had this ability, she couldn't use it to see through people's hearts. Hu Xing felt sour in his heart. She was very innocent, but she wasn't stupid. Why was she sold from the beast god altar to the boundless continent for no reason? She had already guessed who the mastermind was in the past few days. Ling Long. She used to think that they were the best of cousins. Then you have a way to remove the yearning of souls? Yunxing wanted to remove this damned poison even in her dreams. The yearning of souls was the biggest restriction to Yunxing. As long as it existed, she wouldn't be able to leave Later Qin and break free from Duge Xiu's imprisonment. Although the magic in her body was mostly restricted by Duge Xiu's special Qi and Do energy, Duge Xiu had given her a pair of soul crystal earrings by accident. Unintentionally, it actually improved the jade marrow technique in her body. After a few more days, she was confident that she could use the jade marrow technique to remove the Qi and Do energy. I don't have a way. Every tribe in the 8 Desolate tribe has their own secret method. Only the core members of the Ba Shi tribe know the method to remove the yearning of souls. However, I believe that the High Priestess of the Beast God altar has a way to restrain the yearning of souls. When mentioning the High Priestess of the Beast God altar, Hu Xing's cheeks flushed red. Yunxing pondered. What Hu Xing said might not be a bad idea. It was obviously impossible for her to directly go to the 8 Desolate continent. However, if she could send Hu Xing back to the 8 Desolate continent and ask Hu Xing about the method to remove the yearning of souls from the High Priestess, that would also be a good idea. As for how to send Hu Xing back, she could try to get some information from Madame Qi Bai. I won't go to the 8 Desolate continent. However, I will think of a way to send you back first. Don't move around rashly for the next few days. Yunxing warned Hu Xing. After hearing that, Hu Xing became unhappy. At this moment, Dong Huangling ran in. Earlier, Dong Huangling was kicked out by Yunxing. In her hands, Dong Huangling was still holding a few packets of food that were wrapped in oiled paper. When she saw Yunxing, Dong Huangling said impatiently, Yunxing, did you know that during the few days that we were captured, the entire continent was in chaos? Especially after she heard the storyteller say those words, she was completely on Yi Baiming's side. When Yunxing heard this, the meat in her mouth seemed to be easier to chew. So be it. When I asked Yun family to move to Taiyuan Mountain, I already knew that this would happen. Anyway, it's impossible for us to be together. Father doesn't agree to our marriage. Although Yunxing tried her best to hold it in, she still felt stuffy in her chest, as if there was a huge stone pressing down on it. This is good too. Zhou State's imperial capital did a good thing. Now, Yi Baiming should give up. From now on, the two of them would have nothing to do with each other. When Yunxing decided to ask her grandfather to move to Taiyuan Mountain, she had already guessed that the narrow-minded Zhou State's imperial capital would definitely deal with Yun family. Although Yi Baiming didn't have a good relationship with the imperial capital of Zhou State, he was still a prince of Zhou State. It was impossible for the two of them to be together. Sigh, Yunxing, don't say one thing and mean another. Baiming King is much more honest than you. How did he react when he found out about this matter? Dong Huanglinger deliberately kept Yi Qianqian in suspense as she slowly chewed on the beast leg. Yunsheng was usually so calm that she didn't seem like an ordinary person. Occasionally, Dong Huanglinger felt that it was very enjoyable to see her true personality. It was also time to let Yunxing understand what was on her mind. Actually, a bystander would see more clearly. Linger had always felt that Yunxing's attitude towards Yi Baiming was different. It was like how Yi Qianqian didn't like Yunxing. However, Yunxing was so dense that she didn't have any reaction at all. For example, Duguxiu's behavior was also very obvious. However, Yunxing didn't even give him the chance to get close to her. Perhaps, she didn't know that her attitude towards Yi Baiming was very different. As for Dong Wangling, it was only after experiencing the bitter experience of being engraved in her heart with Gu Feng that she truly realized what love was. What did he say? Yunxing wanted to know, but at the same time, she didn't want to know. However, in the end, she still couldn't hold herself back and blurted out. Actually, she had once complained about Yi Qianqian in her heart. Usually, Yi Qianqian would always be one step ahead of others in everything. However, this time, she had been kidnapped by Duguxiu to Ladder Qin for more than half a month, and there was no news from him at all. Furthermore, Duguxiu had said earlier that Yunxing was worried about Yi Baiming's safety. Sigh, if only Gufeng could be like him, we wouldn't be trapped here. Yi Baiming only said a few words, with the country as the betrothal gift, I swear to marry Yunxing. He rebelled, and right now, Zhou State is looking for him. Dong Huanglinger also felt bitter in her heart.